skill-based coming in and sports betting coming in, and we've seen interactive come as an option coming in. We're behind the ball on these ones, so we can't adequately regulate it when they come in. That puts us way behind, and then we're scrambling to catch up. We've got, you sent out the computer-assisted wagering. We've got new things coming in, and once we get to where we need to be, get our authorities set up and say, hey, we have the power to promulgate these regulations. We're the experts here. Then we'll be able to be comfortable with ourselves, be comfortable with our authorities, and promulgate these regulations. And I do believe all the legislators that I've talked to are waiting for us to just tell them what to do, make the recommendations to them. A lot of them don't want to regulate. They don't want to do our jobs for us. They want us to do it. And we have the expertise. Charlie and the staff, they're a wealth of knowledge. And we do rely on them, and they're the experts here as well. So that's just kind of, I've got, like I said, 10,000 different things going on in my head. And I guess the last thing I think we need to think of, and as we go forward, is we did have a presentation a bit ago about, and one of the presenters said that cannibalization wasn't a concern right now. It is. We might not see it because we don't have 10, 20 years of records or anything like that, but these industries, you bring in something like interactive gaming, somebody's going to want to sit at their house, play on their phone, play on their computer quicker than they're going to want to go down to the bar and play a skill-based game or an HHR game or make a bet at the track. I mean, we have ADW, but everybody that likes to go watch horse racing likes to go watch horse racing for a reason. Right now, with the convenience of our phones, instant gratification is a real thing. And it starts taking away from visiting all the tracks and for the simulcast and everything else. So there are things that we're into a new realm here, and we've got to figure out and tread delicately as we go forward. And I'm really glad to see this topic on here, and I will get you, Charlie, any written comments, because I've got a few additional things I'd like to write down. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good comments. Cactus, you have something?
Thank you, Mr. President. So all these things we're talking about then kind of move my mind towards the fact that we maybe need to look at how we're operating in the future as a commission, and the number of times we meet and the time that we're spending at it. Because in order to do the kind of things we're talking about doing, meeting once every 6 months for a day at a time, and spending most of the time on doing a lot of things with regards to okaying different games and stuff like that, is not going to allow us the time we need to really tackle these issues. So I think we're going to have to commit to spending a lot more time and energy, ourselves and our staff, on working on promulgating these rules and coming to grips with where we need to be with the state of Wyoming and gaming in the future.
Thank you. Anybody?
Mr. President,
Go ahead, Dick.
when we started talking or thinking about all this with the governor's letters in mind and our concerns, and just since I've been on the commission, just watching the development and the pace that our racetracks have improved, and our new ones in Gillette, Rock Springs, Evanston, those 3 tracks have done a phenomenal job, with the exception of the breakdowns. And we've looked at those, and we've had people come and talk to us about that. But the speed and the increasing demands that are placed upon this commission, and what we're having to deal with, and our personnel, and I think the governor's office has treated us pretty good in these last sessions to give us some more people for our staffing. I was just going over some of the reports in the past here, with the increase of off-track betting locations, skill-based games locations throughout the state, and how they've increased. over the last 3 to 5 years. And then you look at the our staffing. I don't know how you guys have done it. I got to applaud you. That's a lot of windshield miles for going out and inspecting these horses, all these off-track bedding locations. The speed astounds me of how fast we're developing here in the state. I'm with everybody here at this table in regards to we've got to be able to have the ability to slow this down a little bit so we can wrap our heads around it. Charlie, he's been in this business a lot longer than any of us, and he gives us great guidance, but until we get our hands on the ability to, like Jenny had just mentioned, to regulate these, to slow this pace down as to the placement of these machines and the development of new racetracks, which I know we can't pick and choose winners and losers, and we shouldn't be doing that. But we have to keep in mind the public, the citizens of Wyoming, and other people that are going to come into the state, and they feel that they have a good, safe way to enjoy their weekends on these racetracks. That's my concern. Do we have that completed study done? And that's supposed to be kicking off when, Charlie? Do we know for sure yet?
We have, the RFP is completed, the original one. So with the recent changes with the legislative branch, we are going to repost this, and we'll probably, hopefully get it done next week. We have different criteria that we are required to add into that. So turning that around, Nick, what's the timeline?
President Broussard, we should be able to have that out by next week. And I'll speak with procurement about how that looks. If we can amend the additional one, I've already talked to the folks that have submitted proposals for the one that we had put out. So I'll talk to procurement to see if we can just amend that request and have them just resubmit a new proposal, including those things that were outlined in the budget bill. So I can get that done next week, though.
Thanks, Nick.
So to follow up just a bit on that, you know, I would anticipate, and I know some of the proposals, how quickly did they look like they could have those completed, a few of them we had?
I believe 3 to 6 months roughly. I'd have to pull them again to look at them, but both of the proposals that we had received, they wanted to get started right away and come down here and start doing their initial kind of question and answers to get a understanding of what it is, and then make rounds with us throughout the state to see, and then start building their reports.
Thank you. Do we have more questions, comments from the commission?
President Broussard, just a quick side note, for some reason about the first 36 minutes didn't go live on YouTube. The link broke. It's corrected now and it's on YouTube now. So just so you know.
Do we have to start over? Thank you. Do we have any concerns or comments from the visitors, the guests, before we move on? No? Good. I would like to see just some clarity. Senator Ogden said that we had the authority to make rules on opt-in and opt-out, and of course said we didn't. I'd love to know that for sure. And if we don't have that, maybe that's something we should be able to get down in the future.
You know, President Broussard, I think the question was, you know, do we have the ability to do that in rules? I think that would be something that we'll follow up with you on that. I'm inclined to say we do not at this point, but that could change. But I agree on a lot of things that you see. It is, you know, flexibility is what we have to respond to the market, which if you can respond to the market quicker, you can get things up and operating quicker, and the revenues flow quicker, And so it's a win-win across the board. And I agree, 100% with what the senator said. The agency to respond and to react and to do things, it's very difficult when we're restricted and it's in statutes. And so we find some of our statutes were, heavily crafted. Other ones were, here, go forth and conquer. And actually the ones that we seem to have less problems with are the ones that are go forth and conquer, because we're able to respond to those. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
So I'll just make one quick comment. I know, knowing the commissioners, no one here wants to impede economic growth. I know that. That's a 100% truism. But what's going to impede economic growth in the gaming industry in Wyoming is if there's a groundswell of anti-gaming folks that disrail what we've done. So that's my, big picture view of what we need to be concerned with. So if we can make sure that doesn't happen in what we do, then we're all happy. You got another one? Did I open up another door, Charlie? Sorry.
To kind of follow up with what Commissioner Wildcat also was mentioning, regulatory agencies, the first and foremost, most important thing is licensing. And that's what you stand on, is having that ability to license. And for that purpose, there's people, not a lot, but in this industry, we spend 95% of our time dealing with 5% of the people. That's reality. That's what we do. But we have to be able to respond and either eliminate from the industry those 5%ers that are the problems. It's probably more like 1 or 2%ers. So we have to continue to address that. And then, with that stool, you have to have strong legislation that backs you up. And then we have to have then the follow through and the enforcement, with those. So, those are really important pieces. And maybe and we have not heard, I know, from Commissioner Schiffer, and I don't know if he had anything to say this morning or not. Sorry to grab you there. But maybe first, while you kind of, think about this, if I could summarize a little bit of the comments, President Broussard.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Commissioner Rithaler, spoke about, the boom or bust and the concerns with that, which I think what he's talking a little bit is maybe oversaturation and different things. What does that look like? Governor's liaison clarified some of the processes. Commissioner Covello talked about the licensing phased process. And then, of course, safety is a huge concern for everything. The proliferation of gaming and the numbers and what is enough. Commissioner Bowl, mentioned, strong presence in the field and online. We're very fortunate. We are continuing to grow our field presence. We're able to utilize GPS tracking, and I could pull up and tell you exactly where our vehicles and our assets are right now in the state and where they are. We have one individual that you see him on a Monday morning, and we'll see him on a Friday, and you can track him around the state, and he's doing a phenomenal job. Everybody is doing, not just to focus on that, but everybody is there. The online presence, I think that's something that could be improved upon. You never know what you don't know. And there's it's a scary environment out there. The online presence in some of that is what we have been talking about throughout the Sports Betting Regulators Association, our concerns with the online issues, how that plays out. Again, a strong agency, field, and online presence. Commissioner Torgerson, clear guidance for people that are entering the market. Again, back to track safety. And then the spacing of tracks. Representative Newsom, thank you for your comments. And in Senator Driscoll, Representative Newsom mentioned, limiting the number of machines, what they're seeing in our legislature, what we saw 2 bills that were limiting a lot of that expansion. I think we'll probably see some more. Senator Driscoll, of course, as we know, spoke about the opt-in, the opt-out, in those. Commissioner Cavello came back and again, speaking a little more on the licensing across different types of wagering. Commissioner Wildcat, again, the licensing, and then, who we are. And I think as we move forward too, not only who we are, but where we are, I think is very important for us as we look into the future and craft this message going forward. She also mentioned the parity, and then cannibalization. While the data, and I'm not disagreeing with your comments by any means, and we've had this discussion, the two of us, the data does not show that cannibalization is happening. But I don't get that. I don't get that. And we're primarily speaking to the online sports wagering, but the data is showing no cannibalization in a lot of markets. And I've talked to the New Jersey, gaming board, and different people, had meetings with them with different folks last week. And they're just not seeing that in the online presence in their states. But I think it's, with PASPA only being struck down, 5 years now? The data is incomplete at best. Cactus again came back and talked about our operations, internally meeting more frequently. That strikes something off you won't have to listen to me talk about too much later. One of those situations, we are meeting typically, every other month now, or, are we approaching a situation where there are monthly meetings? I think in the near future, that is going to be something that we need to be expecting to see. Commissioner Cura, again, spoke about slowing things down, take a look, get the study. And then, of course, President Broussard, you concluded things with, we don't want to limit economic growth. So anything else?
Yeah, we do. We have Dan who's queued up.
I can get it to work. Thank you, President Broussard. I submitted some extensive comments, mostly topic specific, and just to kind of highlight what I thought in my own mind is, talking about horse racing, we are imminently facing a lot of expansion in this industry. And the commission is going to be put on the hot spot. Who is going to get what dates, when, where, all of that. Truly shouldn't be our problem. The industry should tell us where they want to go by agreement or otherwise. But I think we can anticipate, or we should anticipate further input from the horsemen here, the locations where the racing is going to be done. I believe the intervention of the HISA authorities is imminent. And when all this cavalcade of applications hits us, I don't think we're ready to deal with that problem. So I think we need to really get proactive on that. The couple other things, I agree with the limitation of the HHR, or at least criteria for determining who and where that comes in. I think the next big hotspot is rodeo. I'm hearing a lot of interest from operators who want to get involved in rodeo. There's a myriad of issues here that we're going to have to deal with, licensing being one of them. I think there's a probability that there'll be a simulcasting arm of rodeo that people don't need to go to the rodeo to bet on the contestants. And we've got to anticipate where that's going. Same thing with sports betting. I think not far off that we're going to have brick and mortar sports betting going on. And we better be ready to figure out where when we had the HHR coming in, how we're going to be able to license those and oversee those. And it's just a huge expansion is about to happen. And that's where I see our issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Torgensen, I see you have your hand up. Are you still?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. I guess just to retouch on a couple of things, that the expansion of the off-track, the HHR gaming and everything. I know that there is, I guess a lot of talk about limiting that. That's something that if we have a new operator coming in, they are going to have some expectation of expanding that. So we need to be, that's one of the places we need to be, I guess, clear with ourselves about. It would be hard to expect somebody to come in as a new operator, especially building a new track or anything, without allowing them to get into that HHR and off-track betting. So if we do get questions about limiting that, that has to be part of that conversation there. In the notes that I sent into Charlie, I also kind of addressed some of the rodeo stuff that I think that is going to be an upcoming new market for us. And I think that we need to look and see how that would affect the Wyoming bred program also. I think that could, if we handled it right, that could be a good addition to the Wyoming bred program. There's a lot of overlap with those stallions between the tracks and rodeo events, particularly barrel racing and roping. I know some of those breeders and they breed track horses and rodeo horses. And I wish I had written down in my notes, there was one other thing I meant to address and I already forgot it. So if it comes back into my head, I'll raise my hand again.
Thank you, Roger. So we've been discussing for an hour. So if there's anything new we'd like to add, let's do that now. If not, we will move on.
Commissioner Torgerson also added into it, again, prioritizing and strategizing the future. Noted horse racing, track safety, and then also trying to do some promoting of racing, a little more promotions and things as far as that went, for a few of his other points.
Thank you. Charlie, you trying to delay the next topic?
No, not
Okay, okay, good. All right, good. All right. So we have an hour for the next one too now. So.
We won't need it.
Oh, we won't? Okay. All right. So for those of you who haven't looked at the agenda, sorry.
President
Oh,
Broussard.
Roger, you have something you want to add?
Just and Charlie touched on it there. I just want to dive in a little bit more, Mr. President. That I think we could promote the live horse racing a lot better. I think I've said before, I'm kind of surprised at the number of people that don't know that we have as much live horse racing in Wyoming as we do, and they don't understand how that ties to the gambling machines that they see. So I think, I don't know if we need to, I guess, contract that out have people are already on staff, but I think we could do much, much better statewide and even regionally about promoting the live racing that we have here in Wyoming. And I think if we could get more butts in the seats at the racing, the actual racing itself, I think that would help out those the operators that we have.
Thank you, Roger. That is a big one. Okay.
So President Broussard, what I will
Hi,
do is I will summarize these comments. Excuse me? I will summarize what we talked about today and then what we had submitted here and get that in a document over the next couple of weeks and try to get that circulated back to you as quickly as we possibly can. And then start making comments on those, and hopefully we can craft this down, kind of bring it down to a acceptable document. And
So
get
you're
that
gonna,
presented.
you're gonna summarize and then send it back to the commission, and then we're
Absolutely.
gonna be able to clarify, add on, and then send it back to you? And that'd be it?
Absolutely. That's exactly what I said.
Perfect.
I'll summarize and bring this down, and if there's any additions, because I'm sure there will be, I would hope so. If there's any deletions or duplications that we can simplify maybe into, something a little finer point, I'll do that, and then we'll keep rolling on this.
Thank you. Are we okay moving on? Dan, you have something?
Sorry,
Yep, go ahead.
Mr. President. I just, I have a hard time understanding Miss D. Rienzo's letter about the interim topic request. Is that what we're doing here, or is that something we're going to do outside of here, or what?
Thought that was some of what we were doing.
Okay, I
So if I understand your question correctly, you're talking about the request, the interim topic. That was something that the governor's office has requested our legislative branch to take up. This is coming from the governor's office, to take up gaming and look at these different pieces through the interim this summer. And so as we move forward and we know exactly what the Joint Appropriations Committee wants to discuss and get a little more guidance from the Appropriations Committee, we will be very busy throughout the summer in those committee meetings, discussing gaming, looking at the future, looking at potential bills to bring forward, and different things to improve the industry. Did that help?
Yep, I think he's good. Yeah, I don't think that's what we should be helping the legislature do. Okay, so if there's no objection, we will move on to the next item. Item 3B, which is planning succession discussion. It shouldn't be that long, but I'll tell you where we're at now. Charlie, this is not a secret, I don't believe anymore, but Charlie has made the decision to step down. He has informed us in a private conversation that he has a benchmark in November that he'd like to, he wouldn't want to be in the position when he hits that benchmark. So what we're going to do as a commission is discuss the process a little bit, make sure we're all on the same page. I think the first order of business is that Charlie is putting together a job description for A&I, and then after that's completed, we'll go from there. So Charlie, do you have anything you want to add to that?
Yes, thank you, President Broussard. First and foremost, if you read the letter that went out a week ago, there was no date set for my retirement. Again, I'd like to reemphasize that. If you read the letter, there's no date indicated in that. So I want to make that very clear, nor do I intend to set a date in the short term. The fact remains, I will be 70 years old in November. Yeah, I know, I don't look it. No, I feel it though. But it is time for me to slow down and look towards, and work towards a smooth transition. In July of last year, I believe it was, I spoke to the governor about it. I've had conversations with all of you in this room about this impending. When I initially spoke to the governor, he got up and started to walk out of the room. I know that I've spoke to Commissioner Cura, and he deleted the email and a few things, but it's reality for all of us. It happens to every one of you. You may not think so, but it will. But the fact remains, we have been working on succession planning for several years. The agency is in a really, really good spot, especially with some of the most recent changes in the budget this year. Not only with the knowledge of our staff, but also financially, the agency. We have a group of exceptionally well-rounded and knowledgeable people that any day of the week can carry the ball. Our legislative branch has indicated in the budget amendments they want a smooth transition, mitigating the loss of institutional knowledge and disruption. Vice President Covello and Commissioner Cura worked on the original compensation succession project several years ago, and I would recommend at this point that they continue on in that good work with an additional commissioner, and then potentially bring in the governor's liaison just for communication tools, and start communicating with me and get this kind of honed down to where we know where we're going. As President Broussard had mentioned, we will have a description put together. I'm hoping it'll be completed by the end of next week at some point, whenever the commission determines appropriate. We will post the position. It'll be posted nationally. There is an option if the agency, but I wouldn't recommend this. You could do it internally. You could do it just the state, but this needs to be posted across the country. So that is the direction I would recommend. I'm doing a national search, and again, how this would typically work in working with A&I. We would have the initial process of getting applications in. Those would be reviewed by the small working group potentially. Again, this is up to you folks. And then the commission would make the final decision, obviously. Again, with the legislative changes, what they did for the agency, they've added additional funding to where the commission, you've got a couple ways you could go. You can make the decision and then go ahead and just move forward. I think the recommendation, above me and the executive branch and us and the executive branch would be to bring on board, and that's what the legislative budget allowed for, basically a dual position. The individual would be hired, the replacement would be hired, and then be able to work with the current director, me, and and staff as they have a good transition moving forward. The budget, the way they did that dual purposed type of a position would be good through July 1st of 2025. And then beyond that, see ya. So
Thank you.
that's kind of it.
Right. So I know that you said there's no date, but as a practical matter, I think we have to have an objective to shoot for. And that, if it's November, seems far enough away, but it's going to be here before we know it. So if we start the process, the working group, I'd like folks to talk to me afterwards if they'd like to be part of that. I don't know if there's limitations. I guess there's only 3 commissioners, I guess, that can sit on that at a time.
Yeah,
But we will pass
3
those.
commissioners is all.
But if we're not together in voting, I would like all the commissioners to see the applicants and have some opinions. So That's all I have for now. It's the beginning of the process. Ruben, yeah.
Thank you, President Broussard. We talk about the mad rush, knowledge, giving the governor guidance, legislature guidance. Probably the most important thing we're going to do in the next year, and we can have a meeting once a week, or we're just commissioners. The guy here day to day is the one you got to have that is in the right position. So, and it was nice, Charlie said he'd be a steward for the next 5 years, track steward. No. But anyway, but no, I'm just saying the importance, we talk about all the important things we need to do. Are we economic development, or are we protecting the public? But this is the most important thing this commission will do, is find a replacement for Charlie. Mr. Moore, thank you.
Agree. Any questions regarding the process from the commission? Okay, staff, you have anything you'd like to pipe in? Could text me secretly.
So who would like to be on this?
Well, I will head it up if commission, yeah, Senator Driscoll.
Excuse me, I.
Senator Driscoll
Are you-
raised his hand.
Mr. President, I think that because Senator Driscoll and I are not voting members, that then you could have 3 other commissioners.
Sure.
Yes,
Besides-
you know,
Commissioners
how it would be,
plus
you
20
can
other
have
people.
up to 3 commissioners, can't have 4. There is a little concern that was raised, but this is up to you, is with the legislative branch being on this initial small group, and they are non-voting, but there was a request that the governor's liaison be a part of this, because that's the executive branch. But again, this is how you all want to do this and who wants to participate.
Well,
And
we
again,
just
just to
need-
remind
yeah.
you, that Commissioner Cura and Covello were a part of that original group. So however you want to work.
I'm not
this.
going to volunteer him, but I'm looking at him side eye.
I would like to be considered,
Okay.
but don't demand it by any means. If you'd rather have someone else, I
No,
won't be
no,
insulted.
we'll put you on. Okay, so unless y'all are fired, y'all are on it. Yeah, we just need people who know the industry and can help us make the right choice going forward. Any comments? Oh, Roger Torgensen, you have something you'd like to say?
Yes, Mr. President, I'd just, I'd put my name in the hat on being a part of that.
As an alternate? Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. President. So with your initial group, I'm assuming after A&I gets all the applications and those are all vetted and go through this group, that the group will be kind of pared down, and then I'm assuming the commission will in its entirety be a part of the final decision.
Yes, this would be a very transparent process, and it's not to exclude anybody by any means. And not to craft an outcome, not to exclude anybody. It's just a way to be able to deal with the volume of applicants, or the lack of, maybe, who knows, what we're gonna have. But just able to cruise through them and get it to something that we can chew and swallow, and you can chew and swallow on. I would prefer not to be part of, any of the initial, I just don't think it's my place to be that, but I can sure help and facilitate and do everything, that you'd like me to continue to do. And just one other thing too, I want it to be very clear to everybody listening, to all of you commissioners, from day one, 70 years old was kind of my indicator.
That's not very old, Charlie.
I know, but that also gives me time, But that's been my indicator. It has absolutely nothing to do with the industry. It has absolutely nothing to do with anything that is happening as far as safety, the industry, the challenges. I am committed to being upfront and present throughout all of the interim topics this summer, and even potentially into the next legislative session, if there's bills that need to come forward to make sure that your messages are being translated to the legislative branch, not only appropriately, but forcefully to try to make some of these changes if this is up to you. So with that being said, the legislative session ends next year sometime in March. So that maybe gives you a bit of a feel of where I think I am at this point.
Thank you.
President
Commissioner Wildcat,
Broussard,
go ahead.
I would like to defer to my fellow commissioners, so one of y'all, please feel free to jump on the committee, but I will be available at any time if you have any questions for me and my expertise or anything like that.
Thank you. Okay, no hands. It is 10 o'clock, isn't it, or close to? Would you guys need to take a break, or do we want to plow on? 5-minute break? Okay with that? All right. If we're finished with this topic, we will take a 5-minute break and reconvene at 10:05.
If everyone would take your seats, we'll reconvene the meeting.
Nick, can you tell who's on Zoom?
President Broussard, everybody's still there.
Okay, I guess we could do a really quick roll call.
River. Sit. Can't hear anything.
Thank you. So we're going to start with item 4. It's from January 10. Do I have a motion to approve those?
So moved.
Thank you, Dan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Wildcat, thank you. Any discussion or conversation regarding the minutes? Not seeing any, we'll call the vote. All in favor of approving the minutes from January 10, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay, moving on to item 5A. Don't have anything. Do you have anything you want to? Got enough? Okay, item 5B, Director's Report. We can.
Thank you, President Broussard. Running through a few of these items that we have. Rules. Currently, we have the emergency rules in place. We have the online sports wagering rules. They're currently in public comment. Public comment will conclude April 18th. Soon, we will have Chapter 2, the illegal match racing rule, placed into public comment. Another item, looking kind of towards the future, hopefully by the end of this year, we'll have the central monitoring system in place for all gaming activity. We've had some issues with some of the submissions and the costs of that. That is a priority of this office to get that central monitoring system in. And with that system, it speaks right to Commissioner Bowles' concern about the online presence. Once we have that system in place, we'll have tools that we'll have available to us to where we can do a better job of monitoring all gaming activity, skill-based amusement games, and historic racing. So that's exciting looking to the future later on this year. The third-party safety inspections, we did post that. We've received a proposal. We're looking at the Equine Risk Management Group. They have a good long resume and knowledge to perform those third-party safety inspections. And we'll have a contract hopefully put together by the end of next week and be prepared to get moving that in the direction, get the first racetrack inspected. And at any of these points, if you've got questions, commissioners, please slow me down. B11s, Breers Ward Fund and skill-based amusement games. We're a little behind with the legislative session. I think signing off on some of those distributions through the governor's office got a little bit behind, but I know they're back on track as far as that works too. Also, here, and I'm going to go ahead and bring it up now. We will be increasing the frequency of our distributions. We will not change the frequency of distributions with the Breeders' Award Program because that's determined on a yearly basis, but we will be increasing the frequencies of our distributions, cities, counties, school foundation, all those. Currently, we're yearly or every 6 months. We're hoping to get these all to every 6 months, and then potentially in the near future, I'm looking to Misty for the nod of the head as well. Move that over to where we're doing quarterly transfers to get that money out the door, off our plate, and we don't have to mess with that. In the sports wagering world, we had an interesting conversation last week with the NCAA concerning prop bets and their concerns with that. Their concerns with prop bets, you know, at the college level, first of all, we allow for college wagering on sports wagering at the college level. And their issue is the potential and the harassment that they're seeing at the college level and their concerns with that. I know they're putting together a letter to this commission. They provided us with quite a bit of information. This was something that we met on Monday. Yes, Monday this week with them and heard their concerns and looked to the future to see where that goes and if there's any traction. One of the things that we will be following up with, you know, this was a communication from the NCAA. I've talked to the Mountain West, and they didn't really have any issues. And the last time I visited with them, and then we'll also get with the University of Wyoming and see, is this a problem? You know, where is this at? And dive into that a little further. Excuse me. The Department of Health distributions for the problem gambling and responsible gambling. Again, after the first of the year, we transferred an additional $300,000 to that program. The Department of Health, working with me, are looking at kind of within the statutes and the limitations that were in the statutes for those distributions and trying to come up with a different model that might be a little more user-friendly and for those funds to go out. Trying to allow for them to team up with other entities and be able to get that message out and do some messaging. You know, kind of with the problem gambling and the situations with that and the responsible gambling, Sarah Beth is doing a phenomenal job getting those messages out. Those messages through Constant Contact are also now being picked up by the governor's office in their newsletters and mental health things. And so that's really exciting that we're getting some of that traction. And I want to thank her for that. Also, you know, we're going to talk about it a little later, but I want to take a look at that poster that's over there. Take the lead on safety. Safety is no accident. Safety first, safety always. Safety is everyone's responsibility. This is something that Sarah Beth and Brandy worked on. If you notice on the left, the QR code, that is for the Gaming Commission's safety landing strip, so to speak, landing page. We will be updating periodically that page. So when you scan it, it takes you right to the page. You can look at it. This can be a real personal kind of a thing to do that with your cell phones or other mobile devices. On the other side is something that's really important to me, and you know, we heard at the symposium, you know, President Broussard and I listened to the program about mental health at our racetracks and the concerns with that. And this is something that's very important. You know, we heard a presentation from Donna Barton Brothers. I knew her always as Donna Barton, who's a retired jockey and also a commentary on TV. And so this takes you to the Department of Health's website for the 988 number, which is suicide hotline, and the different programs that are available for those. What I envision and we envision, and with your blessing, commissioners, is having this poster posted at the racetrack, not a ton of them, but we want to make sure it's in the jocks room as well, to where these riders can go up to it, look at that, and be able to log in. All of our athletes, whether it's college, whether it's racing, all the folks in the country, deal with stress differently. So this is an opportunity to marry those two very important things to us here in Wyoming. And, as I think probably quite a few of you understand, Wyoming is first in a couple really horrible categories, and that's suicide. And Casper, Wyoming, at the last time I looked, was number one in the state as well. So those are very shocking numbers. And so I think that, taking the lead of the governor, joining and marrying their program a little bit this is just a real simple segue into that. So thank you, Brandy. Thank you, Sarah Beth, for working on that and continuing to work on it. Brandy will be funneling a lot of the safety things to our landing page on our website. And then Sarah Beth will be gathering more information and doing things on the other side of that house. So really great. Thank you. I attended last week the Association of Racing Commissioners International meeting in Columbus, Ohio. It was a really good meeting in quite a few ways, bringing a lot of the jurisdictions in North America, Canada, and South America together to talk about problems. As you know, I'm on the board of directors, and I still am on the board of directors of that association. We talked about the FBI issue. Other states are experiencing the same issues that we have been dealing with them with the FBI. The bill did pass the House and the Senate. There was an amendment to it that may have some potential effects in the rodeo world as we move forward with that bill, as that bill moves forward and becomes law. But we'll deal with that as that comes. But other states are having the same issues as they are audited. A lot of the same problems that we dealt with are coming up again. I think we were the ones that pretty much came up with some of the solutions this year, and I thank our two liaisons for pushing that bill forward. That was a really, we appreciate that, and a lot of hard work from not only the agency, but also with the legislative branch and upper executive branch working on this whole issue, and then also Division of Criminal Investigation. And if I haven't already told you this, we finally got traction late in the game, and that was due to the governor's office pushing hard with the FBI and getting that communication going, which now we're fostering. Education. I'm looking out into the room to operators to challenge you. One of the things that we're finding is trying to educate not only the commission, but the public. You as operators of story course racing, live racing, skill-based amusement games, and online sports wagering, we would like to challenge you to assist us in the project, in the training and the information to help get this commission not only up to speed about your product, but also the legislative branch and the general public. It's the moneymaker for you all. And so we do education, we try to inform the commissioners, but I think if there's anything that you can provide, I will be following up with you in the very near future to try to push your vendors into participating in this and spending some of their profits on doing some education that we can utilize across all of our venues. Education and safety. Again, I know I've already talked about safety, and if I talk about it now, I won't talk about it so much later. But we're looking at opportunities at the racetracks this summer to do some certification programs. There's some a little bit of breakdown in some of the organizations that can provide that to us, but that's going to get better in the real near future. But we're hoping to potentially bring out and have some certification programs for not only for our stewards, they go to continuing education and they're continually being educated and work on that, but to our clerk of scales, to our entry clerks, to everybody that's working at the racetrack and any other interested party that wants to get into the program and start with an education right at the racetracks. RFP, we talked about the gaming study earlier. I don't have to touch on that. We talked briefly about the FBI. We are operating under, additionally, we're operating under a grace period with the FBI until July 1st of 2025. Representative Newsom asked me, okay, what's the next process with the bill that was passed? DCI will forward that bill to the FBI for their review. Typically, it stays there quite a while and kind of before they'll respond to us on it. But I will be pushing pretty hard on the Denver office to get that response to us quickly and let us know where we're at on that bill and if the bill completely fixed. I indicated to Representative Newsom and Senator Driscoll that there'll be follow-up fixes probably to that legislation. I anticipate seeing that, but it's what it is, and we've got to continue to do that. Strategic planning and having a strategic plan. In the past, some people have asked, well, do you, don't you? Actually, we do. It's not a very well-written strategic plan, but there is a plan that's out there. I will, again, over the next several weeks, put a little more fine tuning to that and get that out. We're kind of coming to the end of that plan for some obvious reasons that we talked about earlier. But, part of that plan is we'll have the credit card acceptance program finally hitting the racetracks. So we've got a lot of things that we are bringing forward and have looked to the future and bringing forward. Our annual report, I'm looking at Sarah Beth, and she maybe doesn't know this, but the expectation, we will have our 2023 annual report finished by the end of this month. And she's nodding, so that's a good sign for me. Thank you. So that's exciting. We talked about the transfers. And then earlier I touched on asset management, the GPS availability to track our agents, and the WASP system that we use for tracking skill-based amusement games in our inspections. So both of those systems, the one comes with the vehicles. So we're able to, Nick is basically we can see where all of our assets are in the state. Are they at the racetrack? Are they at the bar on 2nd Street? Inspecting a location, obviously, with a state vehicle. So we can monitor that, keep track of that. And then, the beauty of that is if we have an issue, we can look and we can see and we can deploy that asset to another direction if we need to, because we know that individual's in that close proximity. We do have 97,000 square miles in the state of Wyoming. We have 4 field agents out there, 5. We will, with the budget, be bringing on 1 additional one. And then we will have another administrative person bringing on after the budget's signed, and then our TPO one that we talked about earlier. So I think that things are in a really good spot. One thing that is still concerning, we've really struggled with getting officials to work here. It's a combination of a 3.75 unemployment rate, which is always problematic for everybody. And as people build out, locations, as we see growth in the state, everybody needs to be mindful of, if you need 100 employees, you need to figure out where you're going to get those folks to come from. It's not as easy is raising the wages. It's a tough market right now, and it's a very tough market with, drawing those people in from other states as well too. So yes, and I do have a second page of this thing. Something else that I wanted to bring up briefly, during the Joint Appropriations Committee, there was a comment that live racing, and looking at the numbers, yes, the wagering activity, live racing is going down. The wagering on live racing is going down. The activity is not. And that's something that everybody needs to really, really understand when they're looking at that. Currently, we're seeing I'm not sure what the percentage is, 6, 8, 10% decrease in handle at live racing and in simulcasting. A lot of that, in my mind, and in other regulators' minds, is due to the limitation of the signals being sent, due to the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Act. So we have less, our signals are not going out of state, they're staying in state due to HISA. Also, we have a smaller number of tracks, again, that are similar to we are. They're not sending that signal out. So the national numbers are dropping. Again, that's because of the expense of the HISA program. And I apologize to anybody in the room if you're a real huge fan of that. So, I do apologize. There's some really great things that are coming out of that. And we do need to be, as Commissioner Schiffer said, we need to be on point preparing for that. And, to prepare for maybe that next step is what you're going to see in the rules that we're bringing forward in the next item. So we have a lack of availability of racetracks for wagering content. And then we have the competition, the cannibalization, as Commissioner Wildcat mentioned earlier. But the facts remain. We have more race days than we had in 2010. We have, now full disclosure, we had 0 race days that year, but we have more race days than we had last year. We have more racing opportunities than we had last year coming forth this year. Contrary to some people's popular belief, we have more starters. We have increasing purses, maybe not where some people feel like they should be, but we are seeing purses increase. And then finally, which is the barometer for this whole thing, we're seeing increased foal crops. We're seeing horses coming to the state of Wyoming to participate in this Wyoming bred program. We're seeing stallions that are being sent here. In previous meetings, Commissioner Schiffer had mentioned when he was at the Breeders' Cup, people were asking him, hey, we hear you have a phenomenal Wyoming bred program. How do we get our stallions to come out here? That's something for everybody at this table and everybody sitting out there should be very proud of. All the operators and the horsemen should be extremely proud of that. So these are all indicators of a successful and prospering industry. In addition, this celebrates and underlines the success that Senator Schiffer and Representative Sue Wallace envisioned. That's it. That would be moving on, yes. Yes, that would be 5C, racetrack safety. Racetrack safety, we did touch on the poster there, which is, and again, it's just, I think it's going to be a real phenomenal addition. To the point of racetrack safety, with the emergency rules that are in place and with the rules that we have in front of you today to increase all those situations. You know, this is we all know that we have to ensure horse racing is safe for all, the commission, the permittees, all licensees. We need to be a part of the team. We don't need to be afraid of to report a violation. That's something that everybody needs to understand. If you see a problem, please say something. Pick up the phone, send an email, send a text message. Let us know if you see a problem. We cannot respond to it without your help. And, you know, we're going to be working on, we've looked into the ability to do some, you know, via text messaging and different things, a program that would be a completely confidential hotline. You know, we've tried a hotline before, and, you know, in the past, you have to filter through some of the junk. Let's face it, you know, our recording, 20 minutes maybe, recording of somebody saying the same thing for 20 minutes. Well, you have to go through those and work through those, and we do, but we're looking at different opportunities to embrace that technology and get that information to our office and ultimately to the commissioners if we have to deal with it at that level. Again, continuing education, adopting industry accepted practices, conscientiously enforcing the rules and the standards, and then set ongoing goals that can evolve and improve over time. Unless there's any questions, commissioners.
Mr. President, thank you. I read the trades in the horse racing world daily. I think it's worth noting, you know, we had a bad year as far as breakdowns and this type of thing here. They've also had similar kinds of things happen at very prominent racetracks like Saratoga last summer. And HISA did a study of those breakdowns and came to a somewhat similar conclusion as we did, that you can't label one cause as the reason why those things happen. There's a multitude of factors that were involved. And, you know, it's really, to me, encouraging that these studies are taking place and people are, you know, talking about it and how to do better. One thing that people are coming up with is this synthetic surface for racetracks. It seems like the big racetracks are going to put those in somewhere in their circles. And you know, I recall back in so 20 or 30, it's always hard for me to know how far back in California, when we basically had this same problem. We put in a lot of these surfaces. Everybody liked it from a safety standpoint, except for the bettors, who disliked it because they really had a hard time predicting who they thought were going to win the races. And so they became very negative to the handle. I think the technology has really improved. I think you're seeing surfaces that are now looking like they're very consistent, and the operators might be, you know, if possible, if we're going to get new racetracks and facilities, looking at some of this technology. But I just think, you know, it's really coming into prominence that the industry is being very proactive at all levels to deal with this issue. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions regarding track safety?
Mr. President.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dan, what's the synthetic track? The costs of doing something like that for a track owner? Do you have any idea? And there you go. Okay, what's the consistency of it?
It's wax and fiber. Different types of fiber, carbon fiber.
Okay.
All different types of fibers along with wax.
If you could identify yourself for the commission, and
Thanks, Dennis.
thanks, Dennis.
Does it hold up well?
Yes. But we've also, we've also proven that we can make dirt tracks as safe as synthetic. I mean, in Del Mar, we had 2016, we had like 12 fatalities. Next year, we redid the whole track, changed everything. We had 3 fatalities. In 18, we had 1. Last year, we had 0. We've been running between 0 and 2 ever since 2016, and that's a third Sanity, the same thing. I think Del Mar and Sanity, two of the safest tracks in the country for 1,000 breakdowns out of old dirt surfaces. But in saying that, we just put in a synthetic surface in the training track. We changed it from a dirt surface to a synthetic. It allows us to, a lot of times we have to close the main track because of weather, but with the synthetic surface, we're able to, continue on training in bad weather. It drains really good, and it has its positivities to it, but there's also, some issues in different types of weather, how well it'll hold up.
Right.
But it's like Dr. Schaefer said, there's been it's changed greatly from what it was back when we put it in 2007.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the information.
Commissioner Kura, synthetic tracks have been around a long time. I was very fortunate to be at the same track as Dennis and Mr. Vance, who is here in the room as well, at Remington Park with the synthetic surface. And those were interesting times. And, the concern that Commissioner Schiffer raises for the betting public, you had some horses that were very fond of the racetrack and you had others that weren't. And it was what it was, but it was interesting to get out there. In those days, looked more like a molasses based almost, didn't it? At times.
That was totally different. It was polymer and oil.
Yeah.
With no fiber.
Yeah. So.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions regarding racetrack safety? All right, I think we're going to move on to D, and I'm going to guess that's Nick.
President Broussard, as far as compliance, over the last several months, we've been able to add a couple very knowledgeable people to our staff that is really, we're really building out a great compliance program now. We've got guys on the road 5 days a week. They're in locations after hours, late nights. A lot of things that we had relied heavily on vendors to do for us as far as certain audits and signature verifications, we're doing in-house now. We got one of our folks that spends hours in one location pulling signatures, verifying signatures, checking for compliance for locks, simple stuff like that. We also have a new auditor that has joined our team that is not only doing financial audits on site with the skill games and HHR side, but he's also doing audits on the finishing order of the HHR machines. That's something that we also used an outside vendor for. They'd come in once a year and they would, we'd hit random locations throughout the state, and he's doing that nonstop. So it's exciting to see. We've added some really good people. Now we've got kind of 2 branches on the compliance side. We've got we've got our sworn personnel that their focus is kind of the law enforcement side and investigating criminal cases. We've got our civilian side who focuses on the administrative rules, and then they kind of work together. If the administrative rule guys see something that flows over to the criminal side, it gets transferred to one of our special agents to do a criminal investigation. Like I said, they've been out in the field a lot of windshield time over the last several months. The majority of the things that we find as far as compliance, they're pretty small. It's, maybe having an outdated permit hanging on the wall. They're addressing those, getting those out. A sticker that may be defaced or have fallen off, and we're getting new stickers out to make sure that they're always in compliance. So it's exciting to see. And we'll see with this new budget, how that works out, and add some more to that.
Thank you, Nick. Great. I know those folks aren't here, but pass on our support and thanks for what they're doing. Cactus, you got something to say?
Yeah, thank you, President Broussard. I just wanted to add something to what Nick just said. I got the chance last month to witness some of the inspections going on at an HHR facility and also at Scale Games and watch and see how these guys are operating. Obviously, they're there to help those people comply, obviously, to make sure compliance is happening, but also to assist them with, like you said, the small stuff. Great folks in there making a difference, and we really do appreciate their efforts. Thanks.
Appreciate that. I'll pass that along to them as well.
Thank you. Any questions to Nick regarding compliance? Anyone out in the gallery? Okay, we will move on to legislative report.
That's for me, President Broussard. Thank you. And commissioners, I know that Mr. Laramendi and his team really appreciate those comments. And, you know, because like I said, those guys are out there going back late, leave early. And they do joke and have fun too, so that's okay. And we do have a new team member too at the office. If you happen to show up sometime when Mike Hotard's there, we do have Augustus McCrae, which is a 180 pound? No? 80 pound German Shepherd that's in the office, you know, that periodically does come and gets along really well with our other staff member, which is Callie, that Brandy has, that's in the office too as well, which is a little munchkin. And, you know, it's kind of funny to see that. So don't be afraid to come up. Legislative report. The budget obviously was the primary focus. And again, we've touched on one of the budget footnotes was the study. $200,000 is being budgeted for that, and then $350,000 for the mirror position if we need to, and then the $343,000 appropriation for additional at-will employees if needed, and work that through the 100 series or 900 series as appropriate for additional staffing. We also had a House bill that mirrored the Senate file, Senate File 125. Senate File 1 House bill ended up being dropped because the Senate file was moving forward. And that was the licensing, the FBI bill that moved through both houses successfully with minimal amendments to it. So we'll see once the final bill is signed. Again, I'm not sure if it was signed maybe yesterday or something. I don't know. Do you know, Mike, at all? You haven't kept up? So we'll see, and we'll see how that applies to our events moving forward and see how the FBI feels about that bill. There was also a bill that was withdrawn. Representative Walters proposed a bill to limit the number of terminals and for HHR, and also have a minimum number of terminals. They also defined race days. They defined a few things in that bill. That bill ultimately was withdrawn. There was a sports wagering bill. Former President Davis, now Representative Davis, brought forward an online sports wagering bill that failed introduction, I believe that was. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Representative Newsom. Failed. I would assume, I know he has asked for that bill to be as an interim topic to discuss that. And I would assume in the near future that will be back on the plate again. You know, just so you know, looking to the future, we have, and in the office and primarily me, I've spent a lot of time discussing, you know, the online gaming bill with other state jurisdictions. And primarily I've focused on New Jersey. They have some of the most robust and the what I think are probably the best rules and regulations on iGaming world. And so I've taken a lot of guidance from Director Rubach there at the New Jersey Gaming Commission. And we've had a lot of talks, been very eventful and interesting. So I think that's it. On the legislative report. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Okay. There's questions about the legislative report. We'll move on to item 5F, the financial report.
Thank you, President Broussard. In your packet, you'll see the financial reports, Commissioners. We do require, each time we review these, a motion. If you have any questions, we're actually in a really good spot. We're approaching the end of the biennium. I'm really pleased that it's going to be tight. I do have a meeting as far as having enough spending authority to make it through the end of the biennium. I do have a meeting set for tomorrow morning, first thing, to work with our CFO on looking at those projections and seeing where we're going to be. If we do have to ask for additional funding to get us through the end of the biennium, it will be strictly due to the racetrack inspections and some of those things that we need. I think we've really hit this number spot on. I'm kind of surprised. I thought it was going to be worse in December, but we're doing really well. So I'm pleased with that. I'd stand for any questions on the financial report.
So we need to approve
Yes, sir.
the financial report and the budget.
The budget is not part of that. It would just
Okay.
be the financial report.
Do we need to approve them separately?
There would be no budget,
Okay, so just the
yeah.
financial report.
just the
Okay, so
financials.
at this point, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. President, I would so move.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we'll give that one to Roger. All right, any discussion regarding the financial report? No hands. Okay, not seeing any. We will call the vote. All in favor of approving the financial report, state aye.
Aye.
If anyone's opposed, state no. All right. Okay, Charlie, do you need to discuss the budget?
We've talked about the budget, I think. And then we'd have the wagering activity report. This is the 2023 wagering activity report. Thanks to Misty for all of her hard work on this report, putting this together, getting the numbers to where everything balances, we hope. Also in this, if you have any questions on that, we can dive into that. Otherwise, you can read that at your leisure. Another piece that is in your packet is what I call the benefit report. For the year 2023, the total benefit back to different entities, that does include the state of Wyoming. It includes the LISRA transfers, is over $40 million is going back to the beneficiaries of the wagering activity that we have. As it's been noted in several meetings, the total wagering activity, and this number's a little hard. We're not comparing quite apples and oranges in this number, but it's $1.9 billion has been wagered. But I think what is misleading, and a lot of people don't realize, and especially on the pari-mutuel side, but it's on every side, you need to factor in what's being returned to the public in winning wagers. And that is $1.7 billion with a B is being returned to the wagering public and the benefits of this activity. So there's, when you look at the $1.9 billion in wagering activity, wagers and different things played, there's a real distinct, that is a big number. It's way beyond what I think most of us expected, but it's not a fearful number. It's not one to be feared because, and it's not, where is the money going? The primary piece of the money is going right back to public. Additionally, in a totally separate piece of this, we do have the Legislative Stabilization Reserve account. Now, from historic racing, we do transfer each week, monthly, and so on, into the LSRA 0.25%. We also, through skill-based amusement games, we're We transferred to the school foundation $2.5 million, cities and counties and things. And then in sports wagering, we're transferring to the general fund and to the Department of Health. But back to that initial number with the LISRA is we have what I call a tip over account. And this was developed, and we spoke about this a little bit at our last meeting, the concerns with this. This is industry, this is in excess of what our spending authority and what we spend. And we always need to understand that this agency is operating on, we are not tapping the general fund. This is all industry money that we operate under and we function under. So this is an excess. There's some people look at it as, that excess from last year is $2.9 million went to the LISRA. They look at that as industry excess and how do we bring it back? And we had the discussion at the last meeting to try to bring more of that back to where we can put it back into the industry to develop the industry. That's a legislative fix. I know this is something that is passionate for our president. I know he would like to see, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn for you, but he would like to see that industry money be able to go back to the industry. I think there's some indication from our legislative branch as well, and maybe one of our liaisons as well, that this would be better served going back into the industry potentially. So those are kind of those notes, and I will add that note into our memo that we will be putting together and add that piece into that, if you don't mind, President Broussard.
Like it.
Also in your packets, commissioners, we have, this is kind of the effective rates chart. And I apologize the way it printed here. It's the way it's formatted that caused that. So if you look at this last piece in your packet, horse racing and historic racing is taxed on the total handle. If you look at it more in comparison to way the gaming industry reports things, it's you see a totally different equation and numbers. If you look at it from the horse racing perspective and the taxation from that side and from the handle perspective, our operators are paying a 1.9% tax rate. But if you look at it in the real world, in what business looks at this as, it's the effect, it's the tax rate is really closer to 21 and change. So, if you're comparing online sports wagering to skill games to horse racing, and you look at it in that kind of a world that it's a 21% tax rate, then it sheds a whole different light on the whole process and the procedure. So that's what that form is there to do, to kind of give you a snapshot if we would do this as adjusted gross revenues instead of as handle. It gives you that. Finally, you have in your packet, or I hope we had it, maybe we forgot to hand it out, you have your wagering activity chart, which is always kind of interesting to see the ups and downs. And again, if you have any questions on any of these items, any of these pieces, please pick up the phone, call me, whether it's myself, whether it's Brandy, whether it's Nick, whether it's Misty, Sarah Beth, Mike, anybody, Michelle in the office, give us a call if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We're moving on to item 5G. Is that you, Brandy, or is it you shared?
Yeah.
Thank you, President Broussard. Thank you, President Broussard and Commissioners. First in your packet, we're going to go over the live racing officials for you to approve for the Wyoming Gaming Commission. We'll first start off, we had a lot of returning stewards for this year. But we are losing a couple good ones. Larry Eliason decided that he needed to have a break for a year and kind of just do his summer things, which we all understand. But we did get some good candidates and have chosen some good ones to bring forward to you today. Energy Downs, we have returning Martin Hamilton, presiding steward. Nichelle Milner will be just a steward, and Denny Wirtz as a steward. We do have the safety officer available, but I have two really good candidates that we just got this week. So we will be looking for those and bringing them at a later date. And then, of course, for all three tracks, our commission vet will be Dr. Daniel Erickson. For Wyoming Downs, we have a new steward coming from currently right now at Oaklawn Park, Tony Langford, who will be presiding steward for both Wyoming Downs and Sweetwater. Then we have Dave Wheeler, who is a returning steward. Johnny Ward, who was our safety officer, but has worked in the steward position before. He'll be moving up. And then we have Susan Mullet, who's coming from Ohio, who worked as for the Ohio Racing Commission, as well as a safety steward at North Dakota Park last year for Wyoming Downs. And then Sweetwater, we have Tony Langford again. Martin Hamilton will be going from Gillette over there, who is our presiding, but he will be joining them at Sweetwater this year. Dave Wheeler as well. And then Denny Wirtz, who was our safety officer prior to moving to a stewardship after going to the school, the Racetrack Industry Program School. He will be coming and being the safety officer there for Sweetwater. These all come highly recommended. The new positions are highly recommended. And then of course, the ones that stewards we've had in the past have all done us an excellent job, and we look forward to having them again prior to your approval.
Thank you. Any questions before we call the vote or make a motion? You have something you want to say, Charlie?
President Broussard, the motion would be if you could do these all together as one, but would also be subject to completing the licensing process.
Okay. Okay, we'll entertain a motion if someone would like to make a motion, just similar to what Charlie just said.
Mr. President.
Yes, go ahead.
I move that we accept all of the officers for each Energy Downs, Wyoming Downs, Sweetwater Downs, pending the ongoing licensing approval.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Second. We have a second. Any questions or concerns you'd like to share right now? If not, we'll call the vote. All in favor of approving the steward list, officer list, state that by saying aye.
Aye.
If there's anyone opposed, say no. Okay,
Just as a
thank you.
logistical kind of a thing to understand, we do have overlapping race dates. Dr. Erickson does contract out to an additional veterinarian, and we will also be contracting for the additional safety vet at each one of those racetracks. Through his contract, Dr. Erickson is contracted to provide the services, and then he subs those out via his own contract.
Thank you. Brenda, do you have the second part or?
Yes, moving on. The 307 has turned in their permittee, race meeting officials and service providers for the 2024 racing season for your approval.
Okay.
Most of the positions are filled like they had last year, that we approved, and everyone had done a really great job. However, the new positions would include track superintendent, which is, they've requested Vic Oliver, who comes, he's a track superintendent for Arizona Downs, and previously had worked at Turf Paradise, which is also a track in Arizona. Looking over his credentials, it looks like that he would have the experience and would be a good fit to be a track superintendent. We are taking these roles very seriously with our safety, so the track superintendent is a new official. So we have vetted him and through ARCI, and everything looked good for him. And also, one of the new roles would be, or not new roles, but a new person would be the horseman's bookkeeper is Glenn Harris. He comes from California Circuit as a horseman's bookkeeper and looks like has the expertise to do that job and do it well. So with that being said, everybody else are the same as last year. And I would,
Good. That's page
oh,
6.
sorry, I'm sorry. It's George Estrada, the safety officer, which he was one of our stewards. So George Estrada, last year, he was on a steward with us. He was working for HISA as a steward in Arizona at Turf Paradise, but he will be coming to be the track safety officer. And he was a steward for the Gaming Commission in prior years, so he would fit that role very well as well. With that being said, staff would recommend approval of the officers and service providers provided by Wyoming or 307 Horse Racing.
Thank you, Brandy. That's page 63 and 64, I think, if you guys are looking for it in the packet. So we need a motion.
I'd move to, excuse me, accept the officials and service providers nominated by 307 Horse Racing.
Thank you, Dan.
Second.
We have a second from Cactus. Any comments or questions regarding the list? If not, we'll call the vote. All in favor of approving the list, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed, say nay. Okay, moving on.
Yes, as Charlie had spoken prior, one of our main objectives this year will be to take the lead on safety initiative, which he already discussed, which we will be providing those big type posters for the entrance to all of the racetracks for the public as well as, the backside. So hopefully that they will have them posted at their entrances for both the public and for the race horse industry. So we will be doing that. And then there was also, with the new emergency rules, we will be posting for horsemen. It's in your packet, but we'll be posting these big posters at the racetracks so they know. There's some things here that was just for the horsemen, which included the butte, moving the threshold for butte from 5 to 3. And also that the horses have to be on the ground 6 hours prior to post time, and that 100% of the horses running on race day will go through the pre-race exam. I have contacted somebody, and we will also be doing this in Spanish. So to help, so everybody knows, because we have a lot of Spanish-speaking horsemen, so there's no way that they can say they didn't receive it. And we've also sent it out, we'll be sending it out on group messages through Facebook, as well as our constant contact to get that message out.
Mr. President.
Yes, go ahead.
Brandy, got much feedback on the new rules?
No, not really. I mean, I think the threshold on the butte, I think that we're kind of going to what other tracks are doing.
Okay.
I talked with some people that are already running in Oklahoma. They said, well, that's what they're doing there. So I don't really see a pushback on that. We're just kind of getting more with the standards
Good.
across the board. And then I think at the time, the 6 hours prior, we might get a little feedback on, but we haven't yet until we get that out. Because last year we did have to scratch horses that weren't there just 4 hours prior. So the 6 hours are probably going to be a little problematic. However, we have to have that window to get the pre-race exams done in time. So I think it'll be well received. I mean, everybody's about the safety and they know that. So all the horsemen seem to want to try to do whatever they can to make it safer. And they do like the 100% pre-race examinations. I think that will help.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cura, to your point, Brandy has done a really good job of communicating with the Utah. the horseman groups over in Utah, making sure that they understand this is coming. In fact, the Utah Quarter Horse Association, or was it their commission, was already starting to change some of their rules to mirror what we've done.
That's good.
And what we're doing. So there's no inconsistencies across state line.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy.
Yeah.
So Brandy, is that available to operators if they want to use it in their marketing material?
Oh, yes, we can provide that. It's already on the website, but we have it in PDF and JPEG form that we can send that out to whoever. As well as this list, I'll be providing this poster for them to put in their house rules for us, and they can post it on their website as well. So yes, we can, and we would appreciate any help we can of getting that out, as well as the safety issues.
Thank you. Okay.
We will make sure that all that information is provided to all the permittees, in a user-friendly print quality for them.
Yes, and we will be, with the live racing coming up, we're going to have some meetings with our stewards and racing officials, letting them know about the safety issues, the emergency rules, and how this commission wants to move forward, and the importance that everybody plays a role in. And like Charlie had said, it's really everybody's responsibility. It's not just one. So hopefully we can get that across. And like Charlie said, with the mental illness, we do have a lot of, I think that's something that we need to talk more about, especially with, even from our grooms all the way up to the executives. I mean, this is a hard industry, and it has a lot of ups and downs, and to be honest, quite more downs than ups in horse racing. When you're up, you're at the top of the world, but it's really lonely at the bottom. And everybody that runs second down is kind of at the bottom. So I think that's an important issue that we need to strive for. And as a commission, we talk about the safety of, the equine, but also the human aspect. And that's something that's been lacking, but we are going to bring it to a forefront with the help of the commissioners, and that you want us to move forward on that. It helps to have your support in doing that. But I think mental illness is something for all industries, but I think us being at the forefront and leading this charge is going to help. If we help one person, it's well worth it.
Thank you.
So with that being said, Track Magazine is a big magazine that's for horsemen all over the country, but more in the Southwest. But they had this is their magazine. You can see what great quality is, but this is where the Wyoming track to pay out record purses, the article was in, that all of you have received, that they wrote. This one is about 307, and they've covered other tracks, but this is one that talked about 307, and they called them, and they have, then they called the commission and talked to me a little bit about where we're going and how we see it. So anyways, it's good to have Wyoming in these magazines and getting noticed. It's way overdue, and I think that now that they see the Breeders' Awards fund, and that kind of leads me into the next business would be the Breeders' Awards. But it kind of lets them know, hey, we're here, and we're here to stay, hopefully. So that's any exposure we can get is gladly taken from us. So we like that, and congratulations to 307 for doing that as well. But yeah, it was a great article, I thought. So I wanted to share it with everybody. So the Wyoming Breeders' Awards, we're doing great. As always, we paid out $6.8 million. We figured it was going to be 6.7, but we got up to 6.8, which was amazing. We had 13 breeders that made over 100,000. The top breeder, Rick Hillstead, made $425,000, and he owns, breeds, and stands a stallion. So when I called him and told him, he basically was about to cry, and he said that he feels like this program was made for him and that it's brought his family together. He breeds and helps on the farm, but his son, he breaks the horses. They train together. They kind of do everything together. And he was telling me a funny story that I wanted to share. He said, he had this stallion and he thought Wyoming might have a good program coming up. And he's, was born and raised here in Wyoming. So he put his life and soul into it. But he went to Los Al and bought a horse out of the California sale to bring here and paid not a lot of money, but a lot of money for him, he said. And he called and he told his wife that he bought a horse, and he said she didn't talk to me for about a month. But he brought it home, and now he said it's funny how now he can go to the sale and he buys horses and she's excited about it. So it's kind of funny how it does change, and it's like she's like, yo, go to the sale. Yeah, let's get some more. So that's kind of exciting, and he's kind of the testament to what this program's about. Somebody that's been here, and when we were only paying $50 per point, and now we're paying $357 a point and just changing lives. So I just wanted to share that with you because it's kind of heartwarming, kind of what this program's about. So yeah, that's exciting. So the 6.8, we started, I got the money to the state a couple weeks ago, and they started trickling out money last week. So these breeders are starting to get the money this week. So they're excited. The B11 is still, we're still waiting on some of the B11, but we had enough money in there to start paying it out. So I think we're good to go on that. And people are starting to get the money, and it's been the earliest that we've got it out. And hopefully we can keep that trend going before we get it out, maybe at the end of April. So, we're doing really good as far as that goes. The next thing I added in this was the performance measures for the Wyoming Breeders' Awards program, which is kind of a recap. And we do have all of this on the websites, so we want to be transparent on what we're doing. But this is on the website, and it kind of goes through our revenues, how we're doing through our revenues, how we're doing through the number of breeders awards we're paying, and then the points accumulated. But like the number of horses earning points at the Wyoming tracks were 369. So there was 369 horses that were running for that 6.8 million. And we're going to keep seeing rises in that number. And that's another reason why it's important to keep these race dates going and have more race dates and more races, so we can get these horses out, because if your full crop gets bigger, then each year you have more and more horses that can run. So you'll have 3-year-olds that can run clear to their 5, 6, 7. And so those numbers will could just keep adding and adding. And that's how we're going to see if the stagnant of the program, or if we're going to just keep going. I spoke with Misty, who is our accountant, and we predict, from looking at the estimate, of 8 million being paid out for next year, or for this year, being paid out at the beginning of next year. So at the rate we're going, it looks like we could definitely hit 8 million. Honestly, more, but a good safe number is 8 million. So the program is strong. We're getting a lot more. I have 79 stallions right now. And I think we have inspectors out checking those stallions right now. The deadline was January. So they're out there looking at those, making sure they're where they're supposed to be. We have 633 brood mares. And like I said, the 2-year-olds, we have, I think, like 150 some 2-year-olds, which is up like 20, 30 a year each for the last 3 years. So I think it's pretty strong right now for us here in Wyoming. With that being said, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Brandy about the breed program or anything else? All right. If not, are we holding up okay, commissioners? Okay, so we'll move on to the presentation from Cowboy Racing.
Oh. Now, can everybody hear me? Yeah. Gonna wait till, there's that.
Go ahead, as soon as you're done, I'll put it on screen.
Well, my name is Will Edwards. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Mr. President, Gaming Commission. Thank you, Director and representatives from the legislature. I'm Will Edwards, and I'm here with my partner, Ryan Clement. We're managing members of Cowboy Racing LLC, which is the applicant for a live racing application for this year. Also with us, I want to go through a brief introductions of our team, and you'll get a chance to meet them and ask questions to them more directly as our presentation proceeds. But with us is Bill Edwards, the CEO and founder of Edwards Construction, Edwards General Contracting, and Edwards Development out of Cheyenne, Wyoming. We have Jody Shea with Pence McMillan and Scott Homer. And online we have David Foster, our corporate counsel, David Foster, and Eric Carlson joining us online. Our consultants are, this man probably needs no introduction, is Mr. David Vance. He's with it. He's with us today. He is a past president of numerous racetracks from across the country, like Kentucky, Ohio, Louisiana, and most recently Remington Park. We also have Ramon Rionda with us, who has been instrumental in opening racetracks and that OTB component and how OTB supports racetracks. And he's done that all across the world, Uruguay, Brazil, Argentina, Mexico, and he's in from Buenos Aires today, joining us. Another consultant that we have with us is our track consultant, and you've already met him, is Dennis Moore. And Dennis Moore is credited with opening and doing over 150 some racing surfaces in the country. He's doing this for a long time, and again, you'll have a chance to meet him more directly in our presentation. I'm also excited to announce our partnership with First Racing. And those of you guys in the industry know First Racing's reputation throughout the industry. Their representatives with us today are Steve Scranchi. He is the president of First Racing and Gaming. Mike Rogers, he's the executive vice president, First Racing. Jeff True, he's the senior vice president of sales. And Aaron Greider is the senior vice president of racing operations and a world-class jockey to boot. Also online is Dan Lee, who's the president of WABRA. And in present, we have George Spiva that's here. I think they're prepared to make some comments at some point. Also online is Kate Anderson and Olivia Pittman. They are with Golden Creek Equine out of Laramie County, which is a equestrian rehabilitation and breeding program. You guys have all received the packet. There's numerous documents that are referenced in the packet. The actual documents are right behind the slides. And at the end, there is an abbreviated economic study or analysis that's provided that's not necessarily part of our presentation, but we thought you could find it interesting. With that, I'd like to just briefly talk about our.
Start the slide.
Oh, yeah. Next slide, please. Introductions.
There you go.
Before I turn it over to Ryan, I just wanted to go through our mission statement with you. And that is to build Wyoming's first full-size race course that shall benefit and provide a revenue stream for the horse racing industry, fostering more racing days in Wyoming, provide an incentive to Wyoming-bred horses and horsemen, and provide additional revenue and economic development for Laramie County and Cheyenne. Our mission is your mission, and we feel our goals are aligned with your goals. Our mission, quite literally, is your mission, because we used the Wyoming Gaming Commission Report 2020 as a guide and inspired our mission statement. And we used this directly to compose our mission statement. We've used it as kind of a playbook to make sure our goals were aligned and right throughout this entire process. So we feel that our ship was definitely on the right course. This report also went on to say the parimutuel industry is an integral part of the Wyoming economy, and that historic racing operations is an important factor in the state's diversification strategy. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to my partner, Ryan.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ryan Clement. I'm partners with Will on this project. And there's a lot more interesting people in the room other than me. So I'll try to move this along so you can talk to them. One thing I wanted to touch on was the opportunity that we believe Wyoming has right now with kind of this inflection point, with all of this interest being pointed at the state, right? There's an opportunity to guide it and steward it. And I think you guys are in a great position to do that. I wanted to touch on a few things. Thanks, Nick. So the breeding component. When we started this process, we went and we wanted to find out as much as we could about this industry, about about specifically the Wyoming component of this industry. What did we need? What was lacking? What could we do to make an impact on this industry, on the state that would last beyond our years? And as we started these conversations, we found that breeding, racing go hand in hand. The establishment of a state-of-the-art horse track, Wyoming has a chance to improve breeding opportunities, have an equestrian center that provides year-round training with indoor facilities, and an equine reproduction center that can lay the foundation for the future of Wyoming breeding. The first folks we reached out to were the horsemen, the Wyoming All Breeds Racing Association. And the next folks we talked to were some of the breeders. We've heard from WABRA and the folks at the Thoroughbred Rehabilitation Center and horsemen and women around Wyoming that an equine reproduction center like the one at CSU can change the landscape of Wyoming breeding for the better. For every racehorse, and this gets into a little bit of economic impact relative to jobs and how the racing industry affects jobs and can increase jobs across the board. For every racehorse, there are 8 people who are employed. Job creation and economic development is a top priority. Another goal is to increase horse population through increased breeding to support more race days and more opportunities for horsemen, and increase purses by dedicating a higher percentage of OTB revenue to that goal. Racing and the breeding industry go hand in hand. Wyoming right now has the opportunity to be a national leader in the future of this industry. We want to set a new standard, and I think a new standard for Wyoming, and I think that's a lot of what all of these discussions have kind of been about, especially based on safety and some of the other pieces of the puzzle, concern about OTB expansion. And in setting that new standard, we believe because of the stewardship of this commission and the foresight of the legislature, Wyoming can set the new standard in breeding, racehorse safety through standardized track design, maintenance, and rural economic development. Right, so who we are. Will and I are both 5th generation Wyomingites. Our parents went to high school together. Our grandparents were best buddies. The Barrett Ranch was on this side of I-25, and the Murray Ranch was on that side of I-25, and the horses would just kind of trade back and forth between our ranches. So I don't know whose horses they were at the end of the day, but nobody really cared. My great-grandfather was the governor of the state of Wyoming. He was a U.S. senator and a U.S. representative. My granddad is in the Frontier Days Hall of Fame. He was a surgeon and doctor in Wyoming for 50-plus years in Cheyenne. We did this because we love this state, and we want to do something that really can change it for the better and set a standard of change for the better, so that we can be the forerunner of what racing and track design and track construction and sustainable OTB expansion can be in the future of Wyoming. Next. Oh, I kind of went early. So there's Will and I's grandpas up there at Peppermint City at the Murray Ranch. I don't know how that football picture got in there. I used to play football a little bit. So here, let me tell you something about some of the people you have in this room. behind me. I went to an NFL Hall of Fame induction when Warren Sapp was inducted, and I was walking around that room and people treated me like equals. I realized that when Will and I went down to Tucson for the Global Racing Symposium that I was literally walking into the equivalent of Hall of Famers. And that journey has been one that is just amazing to us. The fact that we did our homework, we talked to the horsemen, we went to the Global Racing Symposium in Tucson, and we met all of these folks. And as soon as we told them we were building a racetrack, all their heads were snapping around. Aaron Greider I met because he heard me say I was building a racetrack. He came right over. He said, nobody's done that in this country in 25 years. Then I thought maybe we were doing something crazy. But Wyoming has set the stage for this to be a place where this is friendly and you can set the standard for the future. We have the support of our county commission. On October 17th, we received permission to run a pari-mutuel event at this location, which is required by the live event application. Which is required by the live event application. On November 21st, Limerick County Commission unanimously approved our Thunder Plains site plan. And on March 5th, we received this letter from the County Commission supporting approval of our live event application. So we really have enthusiastic support from our County Commission relative to this project. We're in eastern Laramie County, so Burns and Albin and Pine Bluffs and some of these areas that have been a little bit affected by a lack of rural economic development, this could be a huge boon for those communities. Okay, all right. Yeah, so in doing our due diligence and really, like I said, dedicating ourselves to this project over the last year, one of the things that we did was we read the 2020 Wyoming Gaming Commission study. And one of the big things that jumped out to us was that gaming has an impact well beyond the establishments. Promotion of tourism, increasing employment, generating public, I'm gonna have to read this and stand up because I don't have my glasses. There you go. Generating public revenue, often for specific causes such as education, tourism, or infrastructure. Never mind.
That might be a better way of doing this.
I don't know if that's better on. Hello? Thank you.
That's it. Just press and hold it on the front side.
There we go. All right. Generating public revenue, often for specific causes such as education, tourism, or infrastructure. Increasing capital investment in ancillary economic activity, infrastructure improvement, redevelopment of blighted or environmentally damaged areas, and providing resources to combat illegal gambling and treat and prevent problem gambling. Basically, this project is the realization of the legislative intent behind legalizing OTB. OTB and racing, you can't have racing without OTB, right? That's why tracks are closing across the country, because racing can't sustain itself. Racing on its own is a money loser, and it needs the HHR in a symbiotic relationship to let the racing occur. And in this case, this is exactly what we looked at, and we said, we're gonna build a project that fits all those definitions. Next slide, Nick. So next, I'd like to introduce David Vance and Ramon Rionda. If you guys would go up, take a seat, please. Next slide. Thanks for doing this, Nick. I'd like to introduce David Vance, who's sitting on your right in the tan suit. David has served as president of racetracks in Kentucky, Louisiana, Oklahoma, and Ohio. He was president of the Thoroughbred Racing Association and also served on the board of trustees of the New York Racing Association. He has been a consultant to racing projects in China, Puerto Rico, Panama, and has overseen operations in the quarter horse, harness, and thoroughbred industries. Next slide. Ramon Rionda. Ramon Rionda is sitting to your left in the gray suit. Ramon has over 20 years of experience as Vice President of Horse Racing Operations, overseeing 4 racetracks and casino operations across Latin America. Additionally, he has been actively involved in international racing, including roles with IFHA, International Federation of Horse Racing Authorities in Paris, France, South American Organization for the Promotion of Thoroughbreds, and the Confederación Hípica del Caribe. Ramon, you got it. Or Dave.
Mr. President, members of the commission, Mr. Moore, members of your staff, I'm David Vance, and as Ryan pointed out, I've been around a long time in horse racing. And what that means is that I've also been a student of the game for a very long time. And I've watched, and we've all watched in the last couple of decades, how racing has sort of reinvented itself and created a new footprint. And to the point that today it's a gaming company. The fact that struck me, as you'll see later from Mr. Rionda, there's a time-honored axiom in racing that says better horses bring more people bet more money means bigger purses attract better horses bring in more people, and the cycle continues. But that has changed in recent years because it's needed new spokes in the wheel. Things like OTBs, ADWs, simulcasting, and HHRs, to name a few, necessary parts of the product mix. And that's something to keep in mind. That's why we're meeting today with the Gaming Commission that oversees racing. It's become one. I recall visiting Zia Park in Hobbs, New Mexico with its owner several years ago, and it was about halfway through, a lot of concrete. The barns weren't finished. They had an oval. There were no horses on it, training. But there was a huge tent. And inside that tent were machines, a lot of them, and a lot of people. And the owner explained to me why. It generates purse money in advance of the race meet. In other words, a horseman come in and run for a much higher number simply because we're generating that money. We're also generating money to the state of Wyoming. So with taxes, and that's why I urge this commission to really consider the fact that this applicant should have OTB. It's part of the product mix. It's who we are today, as you know. And many racing jurisdictions have it now, and it's the right thing to do. It's no longer a racetrack anymore. And I should point out and add, the state I come from today is Oklahoma. We have 142 casinos, almost 40,000 machines, and it's a thriving business. I'm excited about the potential for Cheyenne, Wyoming. I think it has tremendous appeal for a lot of reasons. When I was first approached by Will and Ryan, the very first thing they said, we want to build a safe racetrack and a quality racing operation. Job one. So they went out and hired Dennis Moore, and they've explained to you who he is. And I've had personal contact with Dennis, and I know he's the guru. If you want a safe racetrack, if you want a quality racetrack, Dennis Moore's your man. Beyond that, they have now partnered up with First Racing. In my view, the preeminent racing and gaming company in the United States today. It truly is an exciting team that they've put together. And I need to say something about them. I'm so impressed with their enthusiasm, their passion for doing what they want to do. And there is something that resonates to me, and that is that they're not only good businessmen, but they're two guys that went to school together in Cheyenne, Wyoming, and their parents and their grandparents. Point being, their families are in Cheyenne. Their businesses, reputable, successful businesses, are in Cheyenne. They'll do it right. They'll build a family-friendly racing and entertainment center that this commission, the state of Wyoming and its horsemen can be proud of for years to come. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Ramon Rionda.
Thank you very much, David. Good afternoon. Well, my name is Ramon Rionda. As you know, I'm coming from Argentina. I have the fortune to be involved in many projects where they were in several countries, a situation where the racing were in very bad conditions. So I was part of the solution, building the new tracks, changing the performance and putting the new modality of games. And today they are very successful and reference tracks. Most of them actually are important to the US as signals. In the case of Uruguay, Mexico, and some other countries. So for me, it's a fortune that I have that opportunity. I'm the third generation of horsemen and breeders of my family. I love racing. And when I went to the symposium, I met with Ryan and Will, and when they told me they really want to do a new track, as they were saying, it was fascinating the fact that at this time somebody wants to build a new track. And it's not just that, it's the fact they want to have the best track, the best for Wyoming and Cheyenne. So in that way, we start working together, and we find the final news that we are partnership with First Race, that I don't think they needed an introduction. It's the major company in the US with the best professionals and reference for the industry. So saying that, I'm glad to be part of this team, and I will let the other guys talking about what they know. Thank you very much.
Does anybody have any questions for David or Ramon? Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Angle. Oh, wait, just hold on real quick for the, I'll do this up. Standing.
Okay, so this is a great slide. It illustrates how many people are affected and how many people are employed by just one racehorse. You can see that it's a true ecosystem relative to the economy that goes along with just one racehorse. I'm not going to read all the different positions, but I think the slide itself and the data in your packet, you can kind of get an idea of what the economic impact could be. Next, please. Yeah, so this is the circle of life that David talked about. More money, better purses, more horses, better racing, more bets, more people. And that's kind of the life cycle of the OTB and horse racing relationship. Next. All right, so we're going to introduce Thunder Plains Park. Thunder Plains Park is about 15 miles east of Cheyenne on the Hillsdale exit. If you take the Hillsdale exit, it's an underpass. It's right by the TA truck stop, a half mile north on County Road 140, on the left-hand side with 312 acres. We are shovel ready and ready to start construction. Next.
Yeah, audio.
had conversations with the mayor, talked to a lot of people, ended up talking with leads. Ultimately, I thought of a concept that I like to call sustainable OTB expansion. But as you can see, we've got a golf area. These are full soccer, football, and lacrosse fields, baseball and softball fields, and the indoor sports complex, which in the future will provide tournament tourism with all the different sports that will be participating in that location. Next slide, please, Nick. So, sustainable OTB expansion is something that we talk about internally. It's really about increasing quality of life in the community. Some portion of our revenue from our OTBs will be dedicated to building things like these community amenities that right now isn't in the budget for the county or the city or anybody else to do. Being from Wyoming and knowing that self-reliance is a big deal around here, we thought that a privately funded destination like this would be exactly what Wyoming could point to as, this is what we need to do. This is how we do it. We provide the legislative and regulatory framework for private investment to have the ability to come in and do this. And that, I believe, is where you guys are sitting right now. I believe that this project is something that the county wants, the city wants. I think the state wants. I know my horsemen want it. And I think this commission probably by the end of this presentation will think that this is probably a worthy project to take on. Another piece of sustainable OTB expansion is working with small business. Working with small business, not find places where I can outbid the lessee by 3 times because I've got my OTB revenue, but working with small business to help them thrive. Westby Edge Brewery in Denver, Darren and Misha Westby, that's gonna be our flagship OTB once all of this is approved. And just in the event space, right? They've got an event space that doesn't get used enough. And this space could really create a situation where we're working with small business, being symbiotic in the ecosystem, in addition to using some revenues to build things like this, community amenities. And then I think if you do that and we do it right from an education perspective and tell people about it, probably won't be so much pushback on OTB locations when they know some of those funds are going to things that they need in their communities. Next slide, please, Nick. Want to take this?
Yeah, sure. So Ryan was speaking more to the overall vision plan. We included a lot of things in there that growing up in Laramie County that I wish I had when I was a kid, and that I know that my kids want. But we have to start somewhere. So the first step is creating the anchor for this park, and that is the oval. This is our first phase of construction. This is our site plan that was approved by Laramie County. And real quick, I just wanted to mention some things and some things that we considered in coming up with this initial site plan. We secured an additional easement on the west side of the property that will be used for restricted access, and it'll be the security access for participants in races. That was something that we added on. The barns, the hot walkers are a little bit self-explanatory, but the configuration on the site is, we originally had it configured differently, and the original configuration actually is reflected in the vision plan before. We were talking to a lot of the Wyoming horsemen about how to configure this and what would be the best configuration. And so that's how this kind of came to be. The oval itself, the first thing we looked at was the orientation of how it relates from east to west with the sun path. And we modeled ourselves after Lone Star and Dallas's configuration a little bit to ensure that there won't be any shadows cast on the track, and nobody's really going to be facing into the sun. So this is the same configuration facing north-south, east-west as is Lone Star. The other consideration that we did was, next was the topo. We looked at the to see how much dirt we'd have to move. So that was obviously into the consideration. So we did this in a place where we would have to use the least amount of dirt moving to make the track perfectly flat. And then finally, we considered what we all know exists in Wyoming that's probably our greatest nemesis, I'm scared to even say the word, is the wind. And predominantly, as you know, the wind comes from the northwest. And so this is configured, and we actually are cutting more dirt down to drop the northwest corner of the property, of the track itself, about 8 feet below the surface. And then we're going to bolster that northwest corner with snow fence and trees, and some additional structures to hopefully prevent some of the wind from affecting race days. I think that, we'll do a good job of mitigating wind as best we can on this site. So long story short, a lot of considerations were made into this site plan. It's the first step, and it represents quite a substantial investment. With that, the next slide is a critical path of completing the track this year. And we can move on.
Yeah, so this is something probably for you to review, but the bottom line is we can have the track constructed and ready to go based on this critical path. It looks like right at the end of August. And then you can see some of the other pieces of the puzzle that fit in after that. Next slide. Yeah, I think obviously really the main thing that we started with was safety. Just knowing what a critical component that is to continue to be able to have racing. The safety piece has to be addressed. And we're going to have Dennis and some of the first racing folks come on up.
So this design, this is the engineered design, and this is the cut and fill map. This represents how much cut, how much fill, cubic yards of dirt that needs to be moved, and it talks about the amount of base that needs to be imported and the amount of cushion that needs to be imported. But the previous slide is our engineered design. It incorporates what's called a spiral curve. I consider this, we were told in Tucson a lot that there's such thing as the perfect mile. And this is the perfect mile, this track. And to that, I just wanted to point that out.
I think a lot of people have already introduced Dennis, but now I'm going to let him introduce himself.
We talked earlier, so I'm Mr. President and Commissioners. I'm Dennis Moore. I do consulting work for First Racing in Del Mar. I oversee the track there as well as La Salle, California. And I'll take on a lot of other venues that I think are worthy. This track will be built from the bottom up with the number one goal to be safety. And that's what we pride ourselves on, and that's what we're going to do. Thank you.
Can read.
fatality while speeding.
I got to tell you, my bouncing. We met Aiden Butler, we met Steve, and we met Aaron Greider. Will and I did in Tucson in early December at the Global Racing Symposium, and then I went out to Santa Anita the day after Christmas and watched opening day. And throughout this relationship and throughout that whole process, it was impressed upon me from the very get-go that these folks, I wanted to work with these folks, we wanted to work with these folks, because these folks are about racing first, which I think is why they're called First Racing. I just figured that out. So without further ado, I'd like the First Racing folks that are here with us today to go ahead and introduce themselves, and they'll stand for any questions that you might have.
Electronics aren't our expertise.
Thank you. You can tell neither Mike or I were a lead singer in a band in a previous life. I'm Steve Scranchi. I'm the president of racing. I'm here with Mike Rogers. He's the executive vice president. Mike's been with the company for 25 years. He purchased maybe 17 tracks altogether from day one, so he has a little bit of experience. You know, it's funny, we mentioned Aiden Butler, and Aiden came to me and said, there's a couple of guys that want to open up a track, you want to come to the meeting? And I looked at him indifferently, and he said, really, it won't take long, it'll just be a few minutes, let's go. And here we are 5 months later. So we just came today to show our support, and we're very interested. It's encouraging to see the commission, Mr. President, that you're engaged, and this is important to you as well. We're in a lot of states, and the politics are different everywhere, but, and then we would not be here if safety wasn't first. We would have no interest in this project whatsoever. So I think, Mike, do you have anything you want to add?
I'll just quickly add, yes, Mr. President, my name is Mike Rogers. I've been with the company 25 years. I've got probably 40 years experience in this industry. My wife is a former retired jockey. I have retired racehorses at my small farm close to our corporate office. I have played various roles inside the company, so I'm here ready to ask any questions. I'm here to support this applicant.
Mr. President, Commissioners, thank you for having us out here today. My name is Aaron Greider, Senior Vice President of Racing Operations. I've been able to use my experience of over 30,000 races on a saddle to bring it to upgrading the most elite forms of safety, working with First Racing. The protocols that we do are the highest standards that can possibly be set, and we continue to strive to even make them better. For the horses, track surfaces, as well as the jockeys. We've also got programs going into place to help those retired jockeys find new careers. I was very fortunate to have been hired by First Racing, and we want to see a lot of the industry people, not just when they retire, think, now what am I going to do? You know, a lot of riders don't have that idea. We don't think it's ever going to end. So we're working on not only what we're doing for the horses, but the people in the industry, that they can stay and be sustainable. Thank you.
Mr. President, does the commission have any questions for the First Racing folks?
Thank you, Ryan.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it. Anything down there?
Thank you.
Questions? Thank you for your troubles. Appreciate you.
Okay, moving on. So WABRA, we've got an LOI in place to contract with WABRA to be our Horsemen's Association 2024 racing season. In your packet is included a letter from them, and you guys can take a look at that at your own leisure. But at the bottom line is, just a snippet. The WABRA Board of Directors have had numerous meetings with us. We've met with them many times. We've listened to their plans for the new Cheyenne facility and their ideas for a live race meet. After meeting with them, we were impressed that they want to invest a large sum to build a new facility and prove to us that they are genuinely interested in the horses and the horsemen. Mr. Clement and his partners have gone to enormous lengths to increase their knowledge about building a first-class track, opening OTBs, and putting on a live event. We feel they have been open to feedback from us and also use suggestions from their nationwide contacts in the horse industry. We've got some folks from WABRA, I think, on Zoom, and George Spiva is here. Let's go to the next slide. Yeah, so the simulcast permit supports live racing. As we started taking a look at this and all the different pieces of the puzzle that fit into this, how are we going to hire people? How are we going to subcontract? How do we start construction without really an assurance that we know that we're going to have the revenue stream that goes along with all of the upfront expenditure? And so that's kind of in the place where we're in this real big gray area. Whether it's officials, employees, or subcontractors, they all need to be approved by the commission through the live event application. By delaying the live event application approval, we can't enter into contracts, hire employees or officials as required by the rules. So we're just kind of finding ourselves in a gray area, I guess I would say, at this point. Next slide, please, Nick. Is that it? Was that it? Nope. Nope?
Oh, there we go. Go for it, yeah.
So this was something that, we just kind of noticed, right? 10 years of OTB operation, no new tracks. We'll be the first one that comes in with that, and theoretically, we won't have an OTB to support the multi-million-dollar investment that this is going to require. So it becomes a chicken and the egg component, but it's really something that we want to discuss with you and have a clear understanding of kind of where we're at with the whole process. The legislative intent is to promote horse breeding and safe horse racing through the legalization of OTB. Since the establishment of this commission, close to 50 OTB locations have been opened, generating approximately $1.6 billion in handle. 0 new tracks have been built. So the next slide, Nick, please. So this is just kind of some questions. Yeah. How can we properly prepare and conduct a race without a license? How do we adequately fund purchases without OTB revenue? How are we supposed to function properly without being given the right tools? And I think this just goes back to the concept of this gray area that we find ourselves in. Next slide, please, Nick. This is just a slide that illustrates that the OTBs fund the purses, kind of at every track here in the state. Next slide, please, Nick. Jody and Scott, would you mind joining us? This is Jody Shea and Scott Homar. gonna slide that to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jody Shea. I'm an attorney at Penson Macmillan, and I am located in Laramie, Wyoming. With me today is Scott Homar. David Vance is another attorney on the team. He may or may not, sorry, there's lots of Davids. David Foster, my apologies, is with the team, and he is joining us on Zoom. So you may have observed that Will and Ryan have cut no corners on this project so far. With respect to the laws and the statute and the rules that govern the process, they have cut no corners there either. Myself, Scott, and David have been tasked with really diving into the current statutes and the rules to understand our path forward. We recognize that this commission has not dealt with a scenario like ours before. To my knowledge, there has not been an applicant before you that does not currently have its track, and that is the posture of our project. With that said, we do believe the current statute and the current rules provide us a path forward and provide the commission guidance for a lawful way to approve this permit before this track is constructed. Certainly, we recognize that this commission may have questions with that approach and may want certain assurances that this group will do what it is they say they will do. I hope that the team that has been assembled here today provides some assurance and commitment. This is the direction these folks are going, and there's no turning back. Two terms were discussed this morning when you all had your policy discussion. The words commitment and the words cooperation were used, both in that discussion with direction from the governor that this is the way this commission should be going. And when we look at those two words, commitment and cooperation, this group embodies those concepts. They are clearly committed to this project. They have invested significant funds to get to this point. They've invested funds in purchasing the property, in planning the site, in assembling this team, in hiring the team of attorneys. Bill Edwards will speak to further assurances during the construction process. This group has considered setting aside portions of the OTB funds until the construction is completed. That's outlined in the memo that's before you, as well as our legal analysis. I will not go through that in detail. That's probably the least interesting part of today for you. But we do believe there is a lawful path forward for this commission to approve the permit for cowboy racing to conduct live races before the construction of the track is complete. We also believe this commission has a lawful path forward to approve an OTB, a simulcast permit that will be before you at some point, also before races are run. This group is willing to continued communication, cooperation, to figure out how we deal with the situation that is unique before this group. The project is worth it. I think that has been evidenced by the team in the room and the slides that have been projected. And we are eager to work through any challenges that may arise. There's a clear and lawful path forward, and we are eager to work with you to show you that. Anything, Scott?
Thank you, Mr. President, member of the commission, and others. I know that with regard to the legal memo, you'll be consulting with Mr. Kaler. We've been obviously in communication with Mr. Kaler and Director Moore throughout this process. This isn't the first time they've heard of this, for certain. In any case, as was just stated, there is, we believe, a legal path forward under the existing rules and law to allow this project to move forward. You have everything at your disposal to take away any of those abilities via rule if what we say we're going to do does not occur. And as far as the team is concerned, it would be it would be very, very helpful, obviously, to have the permits as early as possible, and of course, the simulcast permits as early as possible. And again, you have the ability to take those away if necessary. So I would just end with that, and if there are any questions regarding the legal memo, you can ask either Jody or I.
Next slide, please.
Looks like there's Bill Edwards.
Should we sit down?
I'll introduce Bill. I know him all right. Bill's the founder and CEO of Edwards Construction, 48 years. Founder and CEO of Edwards Development, 21 years. Served 18 years on the State Board of Engineers and Surveyors Board, and 3 of those years as president of that board.
Correct.
From Cheyenne, Wyoming, Laramie County, Bill Edwards.
Thank you. Thank you, Commission and members and others, and Mr. President, for allowing me to address you today. I had previously prepared some notes so that I would go quickly and be sure I was thorough. And I have to say, I was not fully aware of the presentation and the completeness of it, and I am so proud of these young men. I can still call them young, and so proud of our whole team. They stole most of some of the substance of my report. So I will just go to my role, and that is, as it has been for 48 years, a general contractor. My company was first formed in Wheatland, Wyoming in 1975, and really was done as a little project that I thought would help put me through college. And it put me on my life's career and my aptitude as a builder. And I've been doing that since I was 20 years old. We've grown the company over the years. We became a bonded commercial contractor, building buildings like the one that you're sitting in today, hospitals. We've done an awful lot of work. About 12 years ago, I really went back to my first love, which was development, and have had the pleasure of having my 2 sons in business with me. And they've done a tremendous job. I really don't need to be sitting here, I don't believe. But I love construction. It is the first thing and the last thing that I do. So our company, when you talk about construction, that kind of is what's the internal part of that business look like as far as that company? Our company is a hands-on company. We employ operators. We own heavy equipment. We have a large shop. We have mechanics. We are actively involved in the trades. Back when we were doing vertical construction, we had carpenters. We had many of the trades, except exclusive trades like electric and plumbing. So going back to development, we have the resources in every regard to build this. I look forward to working with Dennis Moore. Dennis brings a lot of similar things to me as far as that I have as far as knowledge, and yet specifics. And that's something that I've always done in my career, and that is do the best job that I can. Don't leave out anything. Don't cut any corners. Be fair and straight all the way through the project. And from that perspective, we've had almost no callbacks in our history. No problems, no litigation in 48 years. We'll bring that same attention to detail and purpose to building Thunder Plains. Thank you.
To that point, in the development process, the approval process, I don't know if you want to speak to that or not.
Am I still on?
Yes.
Which part?
In the development process, it's crucial that we.
Oh, yeah. So I wasn't going to go through the whole process, but once you have a vision, bringing all of the different parts together is quite a chore. It is much more than one might think. And ultimately, you bring professional consultants, in our case, surveying, engineering, very specific to this job is soils engineering. Excuse my voice today. And bringing all of that together to where, yes, then we're ready for approvals. We're ready to submit plans as designed after hours of going through these, meeting after meeting, ready to present those for the various approvals needed. And we've done that in Laramie County with the county commissioners. Certainly isn't our first time, but this is the first time for a project like this. We received unanimous approval. And as the boys showed you, I shouldn't call them boys, excuse me, as they showed you, a letter of not only approval, but support by our county commissioners. Which brings us to the last important point, which is approval from this board. We reasonably cannot build this project without your approval. So I would respectfully request that today. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Go ahead, next slide. Or wait. Yeah, that's fine. We just want to partner with you guys to create one heck of an amazing destination and equestrian center and racetrack. We're ready to go. We're shovel ready. We have the funding in place, and we've got all the team put together required to run races in 2024 on a full-size, designed to the highest degree of safety standard racetrack in Eastern Laramie County. So we're asking you to be part of what I hope will be a legacy of racing and a new standard of racing, not only for Wyoming, but even across the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Go ahead.
Mr. President, so my question, I guess, would be, you're asking for approval of the racetrack today.
Well, I don't.
Bill just asked that.
I know. I don't think the live event application is before you right now. So I don't know what you could approve.
Okay, so that, I don't believe we can today.
Right.
Quite honestly, I think once Nick has everything that he needs, then that could come forward. Obviously, we're going to have some questions about how the timing could be. Is it possible? Obviously, your legal team feels it is. We have to have ours tell us what can be done. So
For sure.
all that being said, I'd like to encourage you guys to continue to move forward with this project. Sounds exciting. Something that I think that people of Wyoming are willing to see happen, and I think your location is great. Good luck moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions before we lose them? Charlie, you have a question? Okay, go ahead, Charlie.
You know, speaking for the commission, I think everyone is very excited about the project and looking forward to seeing how this moves forward. You know, I've got 4 or 5 questions that I'd like to ask. The first one is, we've experienced this sometimes in the past in, you know, very impressive lineup of consultants. You know, incredibly talented folks here that are in the room. Most of you, some of you I know personally, others, you know, I've heard of you and been involved in other situations. But as you progress forward, and this question is to you, Will, and to you, Ryan, is at what point are those, what we've seen sometimes is those consultants that are on the front end vanish on the tail end? And how long are those consultants going to be involved? Because, you know, as far as the racing side of this thing, you know, what are we looking at? What are you envisioning? What do you see?
Sure.
Well,
I'll speak to our contracts real quick.
Go
Dennis
ahead.
Moore has contracted with us to see through the completion of the track. As far as maintenance of the track, finding a long-term maintenance manager, superintendent would be part of his job. David Vance and Ramon are contracted for us to be full-time consultants through the whole entire OTB expansion and racing operations. And
First Racing is going to be the operator for all the racing.
their agreement is a decade longer.
Okay, so First Racing, you're gonna subcontract out part of this, is that what?
No, they're
No.
they're in partnership with us.
Okay, cool. The next question is, again, for the commissioner's benefit, looking to the future, once you've gotten your live racing permit and once you've applied for the simulcast permit, what's your expectations as far as the number of terminals in the state, the number of off-track wagering locations in the state? What are you envisioning to make this?
Initially, we have 4 locations. It would currently be the furthest OTB location east on I-80. Another one north on I-25, both in the county. Everybody knows that we're partnering with Westby Edge for a downtown Cheyenne location because it was in the newspaper. I don't think a lot of people read that newspaper. And in addition, we're looking at Saratoga, which also doesn't have a location, to be our first 4 OTB spots. And that's all we're coming to ask for initially, so that we can just be sure that we've got our revenue stream to support the dream of the racetrack. And after that, I think working with the commission to understand their needs and what they're looking for as far as this expansion goes, I'd like to work hand in hand with you folks. I've got some ideas about what I termed the sustainable OTB expansion that you guys may think is interesting, maybe not, but I'd just like to have the conversation.
Follow up? The number of terminals, what are you expecting? Being such a large
100
investment,
initially.
I would assume that you've done a tremendous.
300.
Of course.
300 HHR.
300 total.
And then looking to the future, if I can follow up a little more on that,
Let me
beyond
take
the
this.
4 locations, and again, being this huge investment, I'm sure you've dove into
Yep.
the financial side of it. What do you think?
We're trying to find places that currently are underserved, if you will, places where we can grow the market, where more tax revenue and more tax base is generated, and that's something that we've studied pretty closely. And just to, for your edification, if you will, we're looking at Albany County, we're looking at places in Natrona County. We're looking all over the place where we think these things might be successful to support this kind of brand of OTB that we want to bring to the table.
If it's all the same, I'd like to stay away from some specifics as far as our business plan is concerned.
And that's very understandable. And then another follow-up, if you don't mind. I'll try to keep it to the minimum. What kind of market share are you looking at? Are you looking at increasing the market? Are you looking, what are you looking at basically the current market? How much of that are you wanting to?
Truly, our
acquire?
focus, sorry to interrupt you, but
No, you're fine.
truly our focus right now is horse racing, and getting through the first season is our first objective. And then the subsequent seasons after that is our first objective. So as far as market share of OTBs, we're just looking at sustaining our horse racing operations at the outset.
So again, following up on that, then, so again, with the expense, with focusing on the racing, you don't, am I hearing, or you prefer not to share that at this point?
Yeah, we've got.
Increasing, excuse me, if you're looking at increasing the market substantially in the state, or are you looking at accepting, what is currently happening and not lifting? Because what the commission has to look at here, as far as our financials, and as far as a lot of things that we deal with at the commission level, is, are we increasing 20%, 30% our operations, and we have a 0 increase in our funding? Does that make sense?
Yeah, and that's what I touched on earlier, was making sure that we increase that tax base and increase the funding component. We're looking at all those data points so that, you know, this is a net gain to the state ultimately. And we've got good financial documentation to buttress that. I'd like to share with you offline. I've already gotten in trouble for giving away trade secrets.
One just final thing, you know, a comment. Love the presentation. Thank you very much. Love the people that are here. But the idea of the escrow, while I think there's something that maybe, you know, we can sure look into, and hopefully there isn't the failure. You know, that's what you hope for. But again, as an administrator, I have to look at worst case scenario, and we all do. You are today. And, you know, that ability, if there is a failure, to put that into the Breeders' Award Fund. There's not a vehicle. There's not a vehicle for that money to come to us other than, you know, the statutory percentages. So that I'm aware of.
Sure. We just want to continue that conversation to see if there's a solution.
And so I think the commission does too.
We're willing to do that as assurances that we're going to do what we say, and we plan on performing. And so, you know, it was our hope that we can find solutions. I think we have very talented attorneys. I think they can figure out a solution with that regard. Our hope is that we have a yes relationship moving forward rather than what is typical in other government jurisdictions I've dealt with, which is more of a no, we don't want to work with you attitude. I'll do.
Yeah. Yeah. We really want to work with everybody to make this happen. And we really appreciate your time and your attention and your stewardship of the commission. I know you guys have a tough job to do, and we appreciate it.
Thank you.
And we're going to miss you, Charlie.
Thank you very much, guys.
You know, I hope I didn't come across a little adversarial. I just.
Oh, I appreciate it. No, I really
And
appreciate
I'm
it.
very much to the point.
Very
on
much.
these things. So, you know, not intended if it came across.
Thank you very much for your time.
It was a good one.
Appreciate it.
Good presentation. At this moment, we're going to recess for a few minutes. Our vice president has requested a 10-minute recess, and then we will reconvene.
10 minutes?
Let's come back together at 12:45 on the dot.
So everybody that's listening in and everybody in the room will be coming back at 12:45. Take a quick break. My teeth are That's good.
All right, how we doing, commissioners? Yep. Okay. Famous last words. Okay. Okay, let me find my packet again here. Okay, we're gonna have a roll call here, and then Charlie, if, when we start to go, if you want to do us a favor and tell us what page you're on in the packet, it would help me sort of find what we're.
We want to be on the same page as you.
Yeah, we all want to be on the same page.
I feel bad for
Whatever
you.
that means. Who we
We
missing?
could do a roll call.
Yeah, let's do a roll call.
President Broussard.
Here.
Thank you. Vice President Covello. Here. Commissioner Torgerson.
Here.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bowl. Commissioner Bowl is here online.
Here.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Schiller.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Rithaller.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Cura. Thank you. Commissioner Francisco.
Here.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Wildcat. Thank you. Senator Driscoll, Representative Newsom, and Governor's Liaison Tom Lubino.
Here.
I believe we have everybody here, and we have a quorum, President Broussard.
Thank you. We're going to continue on with item number 6.
And my packet just
A.
fell apart, so I apologize.
And I think we're on page 75.
Yes, you are on page 75 in your commission packet. Yes, that is correct, sir.
Okay, Charlie, do you want to take it over?
Yes. Item 6A, parimutuel event rules. Excuse me, I'm trying to put my packet back together. It all fell apart. Operator error. Well, heck with it. So we're looking at Chapter 5 officials.
Okay, so after each chapter, we're going to vote to approve or not approve or
Yes,
table.
we'll go through
table
those. So what you
chapter by
have
chapter.
here today, if everybody can hear me, is we have our Chapter 5 officials. What we have done here is, now, since we've promulgated the emergency rules, we now need to come with a mirror product of the emergency rules that kind of rolls down the public comment and the normal rule process. So to expand upon what we did in the emergency rules, what we have here today is in Chapter 5 officials. For instance, page 1, line 6, identical to the emergency rules. Lines 17 through 21, identical to the emergency rules. Everything actually on 5-1 or page 76 in your packet is identical to the emergency rules. Now, the remainder of the chapter we go through there, we're doing formatting. If you flip through to 5.8, 5.7 is all formatting. 5-11 is formatting. 13, we go to page, in your packet, you would go to page number 89. The safety officer. Now, this is again, and this is in the chapter number, it's 514, and the page number, it's page number 89. Same language that we had in the emergency rules. Now on the next page is where we start blending in some of the new rules. And what we've done in this first section here on page 90 of your packet, or 5-15 of the rules, we have taken a lot of the ARCI rules from lines 1 through 20 is ARCI rules. Now lines 22 through the end of the page, that is what we did in the emergency rules. And if you want me to stop and explain.
Sorry, Charlie, which ones, the emergency rules are 38, line 38, and the RCI rules?
If you're looking at page 90 of your packet or page in the rules, 5-15, lines 1 through 20 came from the ARCI model rules adapted for Wyoming, and then lines 22 through lines 42 all came from the emergency rules. And then the remainder of that chapter, there's no changes.
Okay.
So this has received, Mr. Kaler has reviewed this and considered this. So this is basically in the format in the final packet that the staff would love to see, or if we're not there yet, obviously not, but would love to have a motion to move this forward and send this to the governor's office to start the formal process.
We just have some conversation, John.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Cactus.
Mr. President, I'll move that we approve this chapter and move it forward to the governor.
Thank you. We'll now open it up for comments, questions, discussions from the commission first. Any comments? Okay, we'll open up to the general public. Anyone out there have comments? Go ahead, Eugene. No? Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay.
We knew that.
Okay, so any other comments or questions? Thumbs up, thumbs down? Okay, not hearing any, we will call the vote. All in favor of approving Chapter 5 and moving it forward, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. If you're opposed, say nay. Okay, Chapter 5, complete. Moving on to Chapter 6, 92.
And I will get there momentarily, and I apologize.
93.
I like to have my regular pen. So chapter 6, what again we've done, we've blended some of the emergency rules into this, but what we've done, what we're doing here is, and this is in part, our rules for the most part have maybe been lacking, and there's maybe people that would maybe disagree with that, but this gives clear guidance. There's no questions that a quarter pole is painted a green, red and white. The 550 pole is painted black and white if you choose to have one or you need it. And throughout these rules, we have integrated and blended in the ARCI rules again. The first page, which is page 94 of your packet, or page 6-1 of the rules, is formatting at the top, and then a permittee shall provide starting point markers and distance poles in a size and position that is clearly seen from the steward stand. And then it goes on and we list out those distances and the pole colors. And these are standard colors that have been done at racetracks for the last eon. Not a real big consequence to anybody. On page 6-2 or page 85 of your packet, lines 5 through 6, again, the permittee shall provide and maintain public address system capable of clearly transmitting announcements to the patrons and to the stable area. In addition, it goes on to the different locations throughout the racetrack. Again, shall be approved by the commission, the method. So if there's a question on the method, the commission can look at it, and if it covers the intent, we're good. Later on the page there on line 22, the date to submit these officials, again, we extended it, I believe in the emergency rules, That's just mirroring what we did in the emergency rules, placing it at 90 days. A little bit of formatting change on lines 28 through 34. We had already had in rules where your fees were, the per day fees were non-refundable. We're just sliding it up, doing some formatting that makes more sense and actually is the way it should be. Then we added in, and again, these next through page 6-2, page 95 in your packet.
Buster.
The agreement to indemnify, save, and hold harmless commission. These are all, everything through to the next page is all ARCI rules. The first part talks about indemnifying and holding harmless the commission for any liabilities, if any, arising from unsafe conditions of a permittee, grounds in default and payment of purses, and providing the commission with a certificate of liability insurance as required by the commission. Currently, the operators are providing their insurance policies. Currently, they're doing these things. This is just putting this in rules, so there's no question in the future. On the next page, which again, in the chapter version, if you're looking at that, it's 6-3, page 96 of your commission packet. Again, what we've done here is, this is part of the emergency rules on this next page, sorry, that we have. Your page 96 of your packet. No, I'm sorry, I may have, who knows what I said.
It's on, he said the 16 dash, or 6-.
6-3, page 96, yes. So then moving to the next page, we deleted some language that comes back later on in the rules, cleaning it up, putting it in order. We continue on, the permittee shall at all times maintain the event surface. And again, we go into what we placed into the emergency rules. A list of equipment, so on and so forth. Then we go on to U. Each permittee shall make his racing surface available to the horseman at least 5 days in advance of the first live flat track event day. Again, that was in the emergency rules. And then lines 19 and 20, we're removing that language. That language comes up later on in our process or in the rules. So then moving down the page, again, all of this in the remainder of the page is what we had in the emergency rules. And again, we're on page 6-4 or page 96-7, of your packet. Flipping over to the next page, in the rules version, it's 6-5 or page 98 in your packet, commissioners. I think it was important, and again, these are all ARCI from the room. I think every bit of this is ARCI rules as we go through this. But the first one is, again, trying to contemplate and look at the future. We put an exemption in there for anything in this chapter. And we go on and it reads, a permittee may request an exemption from a requirement in this chapter to utilize new technology or innovation, construction or design of a racetrack facility. The commission may grant an exception if the commission determines that the permittee's proposal substantially satisfies the purpose of the requirement and the exemption is in the best interest of human and equine safety in the racing industry and public safety. So, we wanted to allow that for our operators as we move forward and as we progress in this world to be able to embrace those new technological advances. Going on, lines again on the same page, 6-5 or page 98 of your packet, lines 11 through the remainder of that page and at the top of the next page. These are decisional criteria that we added in that we took from the simulcast side of the house and we mirrored them and put them in here and then made some some additions, because that was relating to the simulcasting. This is relating to the live event. So the commission shall use the following decisional criteria. The commission's capacity of staffing and budget to properly regulate the event. Big consideration. The applicant's general benefit to the state of Wyoming. Probably one of the most important things is the applicant's general benefit to the state of Wyoming horse racing industry, the applicant's purpose, proposal, and any scheduling conflicts with other applicants or permittees. And then we go on to the applicant's integrity, individual corporate conduct, criminal history, betting, gaming industry conduct, applicant's credibility, the accuracy of these feasibility studies, experience and expertise of the applicant in the racing industry, and then the financial stability of the applicant. And then we go on to just re-quote one of our statutes. The commission may issue, amend, or refuse to issue permits in its discretion pursuant to Wyoming Statutes 1125-201F. And then finally, this is something that we have on all of our other groups that we regulate. A permittee shall not implement any changes or modifications of practices, procedures, or representations upon which the approval was based without prior written approval of the commission. That's a big piece to have added in there. You know, you need to let, in the instance of a racetrack, a live racing, if you're making a substantial change, you need to communicate that change to the stewards and to the state, so we can make sure that you're still operating in compliance of that original application. Again, financial reports taken virtually verbatim from the ARCI model rules.
Charlie.
Yes, sir.
Pardon me. I'm not sure if it'd be more efficient if there's somebody that has an objection or comment about a port. I don't know if we should go through the whole chapter before we address that. If someone has something they want to say at the time we're talking about that, let me know so we can address it instead of waiting for the end of it. Okay.
Now you're going to slow me down.
Sorry, Charlie. You work for me.
We do have a hand up from Commissioner Bowl as well.
Okay. After you're done, Kyle, Commissioner Bowl, you can have a second.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Go ahead. Tell me what you're referring to on this.
I was going to go back to page 6-2, line 36, related to the indemnity provision. And this might be something that I have to take offline with Mr. Kaler. But this is, I was just kind of sitting here thinking about it. I don't want to waste a ton of time, but so in the event that somebody's injured for some reason or another, and there's a loss, like I'm trying to figure out what this is designed to protect the commission from specifically, because you have the Governmental Claims Act for the state, which provides immunity for a number of things. Is the idea that this defense and hold harmless if somebody sued and say they sue slip, trip, and fall or something, right? Say they sue horse racing and they sue the gaming commission for some reason. Our policy would have to pay the defense for the state to try to get that claim dismissed under the Governmental Claims Act? Or I don't know if there's an indemnity in the existing rules. It just felt like I wasn't sure if the indemnity was necessary or what it's trying to protect exactly.
Mr. President. Yeah, I think generally it's, you know, the state doesn't want to be on the hook for acts or omissions from the permittee, right? And so basically that'd be you guys saying, okay, we are going to take responsibility for things that we're at fault for. And of course, I'm sure the state would file a motion to dismiss, of course, but it was just kind of putting the onus on the permittee to defend its own negligence.
But we'd pay the freight for the state if the state's made a defendant, whether it's our choice or not, basically. That's what that provision would basically make our policy or us pay for the state's defense if the state gets added as a defendant for some reason to any lawsuit about the conduct of the races. That's pretty broad. So that would be my only comment about that one. But that was my question or the point I wanted to raise, is that's a super broad indemnity provision, which I think can be worked through. But I just wanted to make that comment that indemnity provision should generally be tied to what you're trying to protect yourself from.
Thank you. Should we do something with this clause, or? Go ahead, Commissioner Bowl, your turn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm looking at page 6-5. I think it's page 98. And it's subsection AA starting on line 11. And that's setting forth the criteria for making a decision regarding live events.
Got it.
And I just wanted to voice my concern about subsection I, which says that we could deny an application if we determined we didn't have the capacity or budget to regulate the event. Normally, when you're requiring a permit holder to get a permit, you're putting requirements that they can control and that they can correct in front of them. And they would have no control over this requirement. I mean, there would be no way for them to remedy this defect. And in a way, we're penalizing them not for their shortcoming, but because of our shortcoming. And I have concerns about that. Maybe we notice it up and see if anybody else has concerns about it. But if we don't have the capacity to regulate, we should be talking to our legislators about it. We should be talking to our governor about it. But I don't think we should be telling folks out there trying to do business in Wyoming no because of that reason. And then subsection II and subsection III, I think are very vague and amorphous. I think they lend themselves to abuse of discretion. So I have concerns about those as well. Maybe I'm missing the point here, but so maybe we send these on and see what the public comment is. But I wanted to bring those to the attention of the other commission members for those reasons.
Thank you.
And that concludes my remarks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Let's get back and close the circle on Kyle's comment here.
Mr. President, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead, Kyle.
I don't know that I necessarily need an amendment on either of the comments today. I just wanted, because I understand, what we're trying to accomplish here is to get these to the governor to then have a notice and comment period. I'm just trying to either preserve or make a record in advance of that of things that we may want to look at when we go through the notice and comment period as I'm reading them live, more than expecting that there's going to be an amendment of that indemnity provision today, because that's going to cost us more time than it's probably worth.
Thank you, Kyle. Dan, you have a comment?
Mr. President, in regards to this language on 6.2, it seems to me that the end of that sentence, it says, and default in payment of purses is limiting the indemnity to the liability for payment of purses only, not for everything under the sun. That's the way I'm reading it, but I could be wrong. Thank you.
Go ahead, Kyle.
Mr. President, Commissioner Schiffer, the language right before it says arising from unsafe conditions on permittee grounds and default in payment in purses. So it's anything to do with unsafe conditions, but I may be wrong. I just trying to be helpful as part of the process more than anything else.
Commissioner Ritholler.
President Bessard, getting back to what you're saying. So basically, then that it's kind of common practice. It isn't not. If you own a bar and you got a state liquor license and there's a fight, you don't sue the state of Wyoming. You hold the state, even though it license belongs to the state or whatever. So I guess I don't see really where, yeah, you'd have to defend the state of Wyoming if they think they're going to go deeper pockets. I think that's what it was meant for, if I'm not, that, because it's not our operation, it's not our tracks, it's not our parking lots, you know what I mean? I think if I was, that's how I interpreted it. That, yeah, you'd have to save the state of Wyoming, because we're gonna blame it on you.
Mr. President?
Yes,
Yeah,
go ahead, Mike.
It's not an uncommon provision when you're dealing with regulatory law to include something like that in there for that reason. But certainly we can take a look at it, and I suspect that Mr. Ridgway will submit a written comment during the public comment period, and we can further address that.
Thank you. Tracy, you wanted to say?
Thank you. Tracy Laycock, Wyoming Downs. Chairman Broussard, I agree with Mr. Ridgway's comments. So I guess the world is turning on its axis. But no, I do agree with his comments. And I think if we narrow the provision, that might work better. There is the Wyoming Governmental Claims Act, which generally is your protection as the state of Wyoming. And, essentially this says that if you are in the suit and you stay, our policies have to pay for your defense. So I think making that as narrow as possible would be wise. But I agree with Mr. Ridgway also that we can make comments in the comment period if needed.
Thank you. How do we move forward, Charlie? We just make a note of their comments and carry on?
President Broussard, in our initial discussions with Mr. Kaler, he brought up some of these similar things, and with the contracts that we do, there's the indemnifying in those as well. So we'll look at this a little further.
Okay.
And report back to you. To move to Commissioner Bowles' question, if you don't mind, on 6.5, are we finished with you? Okay, on page 98. Okay, you did have one more? Oh, or many more?
Just one.
I'll back off.
President Broussard, I don't know if I'm out of order, because I was just going to make a suggestion about and I wrote it down, but I'm not sure if I wrote the right one down, because what I wrote down doesn't look like it's right on here, but there's the one about the audit with financial reports. And I think that's, like, in general, I understand that. I just wasn't sure that the language is pretty broad in terms of what an audit means. Is it a third-party CPA firm that audits the financials? Is it an audit of operations? Is it an audit of, okay, it's on 6-6, lines 22 through 24, where it says, we shall file an annual audit within 90 days after the permittee's fiscal year end. I'm assuming that means a financial audit, but just the word audit in and of itself is a pretty broad word. So I would suggest that is a little more specific to what type of audit you want, because there's lots of audits that we get. We have audits of the pools, we have audits of the machines, we have operational audits, we have the race meets audits, now we've got safety audits, then there's financial audits. So what type of audit are we talking about?
Thank you for your comment. I don't think you got to that yet, did you, Charlie?
No, I haven't. That's kind of why you kind of maybe.
So my apologies if it's out of order, but that was the other one where I was like, we're on this page, I'll bring it up, and then I'll go sit down, and
that's a real
that's all I
easy-
had for
that's
now.
a real easy
We want to
change.
make this efficient, but we don't, I think the more work we do now, the less we'll have to do later. So carry on, Charlie. We'll take note of your comments.
So to Commissioner Bowles' question about commission capacity and staffing and budget to properly regulate the event, I don't necessarily disagree with that. And that may be something that we do need to look at that a little bit, because our inefficiencies, but it is something that we have to look at. Is it one of those that you use? I don't know. So where did I leave off?
I think you were 6.4 maybe?
Okay. So you guys can stay up there. You might as well. So 6-6, the financial reports.
They can cut your mic off. We have technology.
So commissioners, on 6-6 or page 99 of your packet, financial reports, facility equipment, audio visual equipment. On the next page, as we turn through all these pages, rails, starting gate, lighting, equine ambulance, barns, test barn, lightning, not lighting, lightning, and then the emergency track warning system. And I'm sure Mr. Joyce will have a comment about that. Are all from the ARCI model rules.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President, Commissioners, Director Moore. At the top of page 6-7, I don't know what it is in your packet, but 6-7.
That's page
Double I.
100 of your packet, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Second paragraph down. The services of at least one physician or nurse practitioner or paramedic with at least one person being adequately trained in diagnosing and assessing concussions. My comments on this is that I've always tried to have at least one paramedic in our rig. Now, this past year, Sweetwater County changed out the vendor for emergency services. Sweetwater Medics was replaced by another outfit, Castle Rock something. And even though I requested it, there were several mornings and even one afternoon when I had 2 EMTs, even though I specifically requested it. And it has to do with a problem that a lot of businesses face, I think, here in Wyoming, is staffing and getting proper people. Not to say that that is our intent and that's what we want to do, but there's going to be times when that's not going to be possible. But as far as the medical service provided by a racetrack operator during races and during training, we rely on whoever the vendor is in the county. I think you guys rely on CCH, right? Years ago at Wyoming Downs, and I don't mean to get too long-winded on this, but we had to hire our own people, okay? We had our own ambulance, which we had to hide the keys because the jockeys on a Friday night take you downtown and figure they had just carte blanche to go wherever the heck they wanted to and park. Anyway, period, paragraph, turn the page. We did have a physician that certified the people that work for us. And I asked him, well, what do we pay you for exactly? And what he said was that if you ever get sued because of the medical treatment that happens here, I can say in a court of law, this was the best available medical treatment these people could get at the time. Now, most people, if you're in a car accident, have to wait 10 minutes for the ambulance to show up. Our ambulances are right there. So my concern is not from a safety standpoint, but just from an operational standpoint, not being able to possibly comply with this. And I know there's a bunch of lines in here about concussion protocols and all that. I would tell you my experience with hurt jockeys in the jocks room wanting to get back on a horse has to do with arms and legs and what have you. It's rare that, you know, I've encountered a concussed jockey, but I know that's a big hot button item in the United States right now with the NFL players, and soccer players and what have you. And so what I'm proposing is that we're going to get the best, you know, medical person in there. We will meet with them prior to the meet. We will go over concussion protocols. I think we can adhere to that. But we rely on those medical EMTs and paramedics to assess the jockey when they are injured. And the stewards ask, have they been cleared to ride again? And we're relying on their judgment at that time. And the stewards are relying on that judgment as well. So anyway, that's long story short. I have some concerns about not being able to adhere to the letter of that particular section.
And to follow up with Eugene and with the comments that were made on that, we do find it very difficult to find those folks. And you and I have had those comments. I've had the discussion with Jack as well, trying to find those adequately trained people. Natrona County, maybe Nick, you can answer this, or Mike, paramedics versus, I mean, there are very few of those.
President Broussard, yeah, there's a big difference between a paramedic and an EMT.
Yeah.
And there's different levels of paramedics. There's, they start paramedic 1, 2, 3, so on. It all goes based on their training and what their scope of practice is and what they can do in the medical field. So, and a lot of locations operate with EMT basics. So, I mean, a registered nurse has more training than an EMT basic does.
Thank you, Nick.
And maybe we could amend this to be, the adequate, as Mr. Joyce said, best available or adequate and approved. I don't know if I want to put in there approved by the commission, because then it kind of puts us a little bit on the hook for some of this, but there's a lot of that language throughout.
Pardon me, Mr. President, Commission. What is the penalty for adhering to this particular rule, I guess? Is it a fine? Is it something? Is it, I mean, if I had just told you that we had a couple of days where we just had 2 EMTs, you wouldn't have known. I mean, that's not like the steward, well, Larry used to check on it because he used to get his blood pressure every day from those guys. But anyway.
Well, as we've talked earlier with safety, it will be verified. And it could be potentially, it could be a loss of a license. It could be up to a $10,000 fine. It could be any of those type of things if it went to that level, once it went beyond the stewards. So, it's incredibly important, and I know it's important to you to have a safe place as well. We just need to come up with something that works.
Thank you, Charlie. Go ahead, Cactus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we need to change it to allow for an EMT because it's tough to get this kind of stuff. All the rodeos anymore, PRCA rodeos, if you have the ambulance and EMTs staffed, that's good enough. To have this level of care, as Eugene stated earlier, oftentimes is going to be impossible.
Mr. President, Commissioner Covello, look, my preference, and has been my preference for the last 25 years at any racetrack, is to have a paramedic. And one of the things that's explained to me, big difference between paramedics and EMTs is a paramedic can do a tracheotomy, whereas an EMT cannot. So if the airway's blocked and, when those riders come off, sometimes they got a mouthful of dirt and what have you. So it's our intention to have the highest, level of medical treatment available to these guys. But I'm just citing a problem, a potential problem on a semi-regular basis of the only vendor I have to go to in Sweetwater County. They say we don't have a paramedic available on that day. So. Tracy's going to bail me out.
Thank you. Tracy Laycock, Wyoming Downs, President Broussard. Absolutely, we face at Wyoming Downs the same issue. It's a small county with small availability for medical professionals. We always try to get the highest level that we can, of course, that's available, but would appreciate flexibility in this provision as well.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, John.
So I've gone through basically the whole chapter. Are there any other comments on other spots? Do you want to jump to the emergency track warning system? I know there may be some concerns with doing that potentially, or have you had a chance to look at the rest of these? I'm sorry? I apologize. 613 or page 106, commissioners, of your packet. The emergency track warning system, all tracks shall install prior to racing in 2025. You'd have a year for compliance, emergency track warning system on all racetracks. The system shall consist of lights and sirens that will notify patrons and licensees of an impending concern. The placement of the lights and sirens shall be in a position of command in the main track. I don't think I need to read probably the remainder of that, commissioners, unless you'd like me to.
So all of the yellow is new from.
Yes.
From the year.
And again, what we've done here is we've just basically, it's a copy and paste. Well, I wish it was that simple. I had to type it all.
Yeah.
You know, from the RCI model rules.
Okay. What's that? You want to vote on it? You want to vote on it? And get it moving forward? Go ahead.
Mr. President, commissioners, my comments on the emergency track warning system, and I've operated racetracks, multiple racetracks that have these systems in place. And I will tell you that there are some unintended consequences to it in that, and my big fear is this: we have a lot of what I would call rank 2-year-old quarter horses that are out on the racetrack, and there's a loose horse, and it happens from time to time. It's not an everyday occurrence. Again, it's trainer responsibility. I fear that this would cause more trouble than it's worth, because, you know, when you're at a Lone Star Park or Turf Paradise, you've got 5 guys up in the tower clocking the races that are professional, been doing it their whole life, and can operate a system like this. But again, and I'm just speaking for Sweetwater Downs, at that time of year, we don't have a lot of traffic in the mornings during when we're training. And so that if we get a loose horse, it's maybe one a week or one every other week. So again, my fear of this is that it'll create more problems than it's trying to solve.
Thank you. How would we like to proceed?
So then the final place we're at on this chapter is I deleted the telephone section from this, and that's highlighted in yellow, page 614. In your packet, it's 107. So commissioners, what I would suggest, if you have no more questions, is go back to the front, look at by page, potentially delete or amend any of these.
Okay, so.
Mr. President?
Yeah, go ahead, Dick.
Do you guys have warning systems on your tracks?
Not to the extent that's outlined in this.
Okay.
We do not.
Okay.
No, it's Mr. President, Commissioner Kura, we rely on the 2 outriders to maintain safety out there. And if there is a loose horse, they're the ones that go and catch it. We normally have people at the gap, at the starting cage, that just shout if they see something to get the rider's attention. Okay. So that they know there's a loose horse out on the track. That's the sophisticated method we have.
And just to add, I mean, it never been an issue that I'm aware of.
That's what I was wondering, if it had.
We've not
But
ran
this
into.
came right from Archie, right? Okay.
Commissioners, I spent 5 years of my life with a button right here.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Within a foot and a half of me, sitting in the steward stand, with them people are flocking horses. But, you know, you have your outrider, we have 2 outriders. You have your starting meet crew. We now have the safety officer, the track safety officer that will be out there. And then we will have our track safety officer out and about at that same time.
So would we want to maybe, all tracks may install prior to 2025? Or is that just wasted paper should we take it out or leave it in?
Let's take it out.
President Broussard, if I may interject something real quick. And I didn't see it in here. I'm just scrolling real quick. It may be worth it to change that from get back to it, an emergency track warning system to some sort of a PA system, specifically for the barn area to notify the barn area. And all of them currently have that. Just to make sure that, because that's how they call the next round of horses up. But in the case of an emergency, tornado warning or something else like that, they can get on and announce to the entire barn versus lights and sirens. So.
Yeah, and horses. Light sirens and horses. Okay, so how would we like to proceed? Do we want to try to get some of this moved forward and the problematic things we hold off on, or find amendments for them?
President Broussard, may I ask a question?
Go ahead, Kyle.
So, and this just may just be helpful in general, but we have these emergency rules in place. And as I understand it, we're entitled to one extension. I say we, you all are entitled to one extension. So that gets you 180 days from when they were passed, which is sometime in the fall. So the process, and maybe it's helpful for either Charlie or Mr. Kaler to work through what the process is for these formal rules to get through to the governor, then through a notice and comment period, and then to have final rules that would theoretically replace those emergency rules at some point. If they're not sent to the governor and the notice and comment period's not started today, how much time does that cost you to have the final rules? Because there are a number of these things that can be worked in the notice and comment period. And so to me, there's a decision about how much of this stuff do you want to try to fix live versus how much of it do you want to fix in a notice and comment period for sake of advancing the ball on the rules in general. I just put that out there.
Thank you. Charlie, you want to make a comment?
We've got Commissioner Bowl has a comment.
Commissioner Bowl, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I agree with the previous speaker. I have some misgivings about these rules, but the way I would prefer to proceed is forward the packet as is to the governor to begin the rulemaking process, and then have the notice and period and the opportunity to submit written comments, and then we'll have a public hearing, and that's when we should be making changes to these things. This is a good starting point, and I think if we try to make changes now, it's just too haphazard, and we may end up with unintended consequences. So, if it's not out of order, I would make a motion that we forward the proposed rules for Chapter 6 forward to the governor to begin the formal rulemaking process.
Thank you. Is time out. Frank, are you trying to speak?
Mr. President, members of the commission, yes, I am. Do you have me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to address that. First of all, the issue on the EMTs, which I think we've already dealt with. But the other one was there's a lightning protocol in here, and I want to back up just a little bit. Director Moore had mentioned that these rules have come from the model rules for the ARCI. I happened to help work on those 25 years ago, and I remember most all of this language. But if you look at your lightning protocol, it was the best thing we could do at the time because we didn't have smartphones with lightning detectors on them at that time. And so you had to go to a service to do that. So the rules are already outdated a little bit, and they really need some vetting for Wyoming before we jump on this and start adopting all these model rules. When we did that model rule project, it was basically more a best practices project. We knew that not everyone could adopt those rules verbatim, and they would have to tweak them. And I think we need to do some serious tweaking before we start adopting all these model rules. Having said that, I think the emergency rules that we've all had a chance to look at and had more than a few days to look at are very important to move forward. So I don't know how you separate all that out in this short period of time, but that's just my thoughts on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Okay, so I think Commissioner Bold made a motion. Am I correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So we have a motion. We got a second. Okay, so we're just to be clear here. Commissioner Bowl, you made a motion to move all the chapters forward?
No, just chapter 6, Your Honor.
Okay.
With the idea we would start the notice, commence the comment period. We could get formal written comments on some of this we're hearing today. The staff would have an opportunity to analyze those comments, maybe make suggested revisions. Then we would hold a public hearing and we would have additional time to hear concerns regarding the proposed rules. And only after that would we enact these. But we've got to start somewhere. And I think this is a good starting place, even though I also have misgivings about some of the rules, some of the proposed changes. So that's what I'm suggesting is let's get on with the project.
Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second.
And we're open for
We're in
comment. So
discussion.
who, anyone have any more comments? Daniel, go ahead.
There it goes. Okay, Mr. President, thank you. I would like to suggest that we modify the motion slightly to looking at page 6.2, delete lines 36 through 38, which is the indemnity provision. Page 6.5, lines 14 and 15, which was the, if we don't have enough personnel at the commission, delete that. Page 6.7, lines 3 and 4, instead of the language one physician, a nurse practitioner, or paramedic, insert medical practitioner. So then it can be whoever it is. And delete the section on 613 concerning the warning system. That's my thoughts. Maybe we can get away with getting rid of that and move this thing faster.
Mr. President?
Yeah, Commissioner Bold, go ahead.
I would consent to the
Amendment.
amended motion as recited by Dan or Commissioner, yes.
Schiffer. Perfect.
And also insert 6.6, page 99 in your packet, line 22, after annual, insert financial.
Perfect. Is someone writing this down?
So I would say that would be part of my amendment.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. If you could go back and help me with the EMT language.
Okay.
Do you?
Yeah,
Okay.
he'll help you. Ruben, are you okay with the second on that? All right. Thank you. So more comments? Any questions about, I can't recite what he said, but the motion, the way Daniel would like things changed. Okay. No comments. We'll vote on it.
Can I just summarize it real quick?
Sure. Go ahead, Jay.
Do you mind?
No. I'm gonna look at this now.
On page 94 of your packet, 6-1, no changes. On 6-2, page 95 of your packet, removing line 36 through 38. I'm sorry, 95, excuse me, on 95, I'm sorry. it's 6.2 of your rules, 95 of your packet. We're deleting 36, 37, and 38, the indemnifying. Excuse me? What they suggested was delete that.
Would it be more simple to just?
So then moving on. Okay. 6-3, line 96, 6-4, excuse me, page 96, 6-4, 97, no changes. 6.5, page 98 of your packet, removing the language there, line 14 to 15, deleting that language. Is that correct? Yes. On the next page, Commissioners, 6.6 of the rules, page 99 of your packet, line 22, we're inserting after annual financial insert audit. 6.7, page 100 of your packet, medical practitioner. Okay. And sorry for my scribbles.
Delete physician, a nurse practitioner, or paramedic.
Okay.
And insert medical practitioner instead of that.
Okay.
I think it can be any.
We would then need to go and define that in our chapter 1. This would need to be defined.
Wyoming High School Association.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I do too. Or we could, instead of medical practitioner, just say EMT.
They need an ambulance.
If we leave it medical practitioner, we'll need to, and it's not a bad thing. We will need to define it in our chapter 1. Yeah.
Mr.
We've got to
President.
have an ambulance and an EMT or some medical personnel on site. So what's the pleasure? I guess I'm recapping that.
I have a question.
Yeah, takes time. 6.9, page 102, no changes. 6.10, page 103, no changes at this point. 6.11, 104, no changes. 6.12, 105 of your packet, no changes. On page 6.13, 106 of your packet, delete the emergency warning system and then renumber accordingly the remainder of the chapter. That's what I have at this point.
Yes, I'm sorry to keep this going, but the federal government has no rules or regulations regarding racetracks, correct? In terms of warning systems that we need to abide by as a state?
Not yet.
Big Brother hasn't told us to do that yet.
No.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's done. It's out.
I see that National Thoroughbred Racing Association also has those warning systems in it as well.
Okay, so at the moment, we have a motion and a second, and as presented, we have comments about the motion. Go ahead.
Thank you, President Broussard. I have a second. I think a second can change his mind. First can't. But if we're changing that and we have financial audits and they're not paying their purses, I'm thinking they can come after the state of Wyoming and say, you guys let them run and they don't have enough money to pay me. So I would like to leave if they don't pay the purses, that's their fault, not our fault. if that makes sense. And we took that whole line out of there. And that one bothers me because I don't care if they come after the state of Wyoming, because we already got in there, we're doing financial audits. So
Yeah.
I think leave out they don't want, they can sue the Camplex if they get hurt there, or they can sue the fairgrounds. But, so I guess I'd kind of like to protect the state of Wyoming just a little better. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Okay, Tracy, you want to
Yeah,
comment?
thank you, Chairman Broussard. That's the tricky thing about this paragraph is what it actually means, and the lawyers in the room, we probably even would disagree to some extent about what it exactly means. But if you want to put it back in, that's fine. We can deal with it in the comment period to move the rules forward. But just important to understand that it doesn't mean that we wouldn't get sued. It means that if the state of Wyoming was sued also, and you made it, and the plaintiff was able to make it past the Wyoming Governmental Claims Act, we would pay for your defense. We would pay for the state's defense. That's what it means. So you have protections under the Governmental Claims Act, but instead of belaboring this, because we could be here all day on indemnification, if it's the commission's will to put it back in, restricting it probably just to purses would be a good moderate approach. Unsafe conditions is really, really broad.
That's what I was saying. That would be my comment.
Go ahead.
Jack Greer, 307. Just quickly, and Kyle can correct me from the legal side, but we have horsemen's agreements with a horsemen's group that dictates the purses. That would be the entity involved in that. I don't know where the commission plays a role in that anyway. It's
Outside of our licensing.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you'd call us in front and you'd potentially revoke a license if we don't do. But yeah, I agree with Tracy. You could just put the indemnity language back in and limit it to purses, and we can deal with it in notice and comment. I can tell you guys that at least from our perspective for 7, 8, 9, and 10, I don't know that we had major material comments that were necessary, at least for us.
Okay.
This section was the one where we had stuff we wanted to deal with.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any more comments before we vote? Anything down there? I think we're losing people. All right, hearing no comments, all in favor of moving Chapter 6 forward, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed, say no.
Aye.
Aye.
Should we do a roll call vote, or we know it's these two?
So that passed, correct?
Is it
Yes.
6 to 2?
Did you get it all, Sarah Beth?
And don't put our names out there because everybody can use it that way.
So how many ayes did we
It
have?
passes, but I think it's
How many
7
ayes did we have? I'm sorry.
Yes.
2 nays, so by default, the rest are ayes.
But I don't want my name recorded because everybody can use that nay then. You know.
Okay. So it passes. 7-2. 7-2.
I'm sorry? I believe so, yes. Yes, you can. Yeah, first.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on, correct?
Sure.
Chapter 7. Chapter 7 came up, and this is primarily for discussion today. During the legislative session, it came up, and this is this parity between licensing that we talked about earlier today. Background checks, who gets licensed, who doesn't get licensed. And there was a concern that we have criminals in the barn area. The reality of that question was, the question was asked, if background checks are required if we're using the same, Nick, you jump in. You understand better than I do.
President Broussard,
Yeah, go ahead.
members of the commission. So the question that was posed was if the same stipulations applied on the parimutuel side as they do, or if the same requirements that the skill-based amusement and online sports wagering applied to the parimutuel side, would we have any license holders that would not be eligible for a license? And the answer was yes. We have a few. I think it came out to like 20 license holders. But just to clarify that, under the online sports wagering laws, it says that a conviction of any larceny is an automatic denial for that, looking back 10 years. On the parimutuel side, we do backgrounds based under Title 33, which tells us that we have to weigh their conviction to what their job is. So in general terms, we have grooms that work the racetrack that have a petty larceny, a shoplifting. Under the skill-based law, they would not be able to have a license. But under the parimutuel side, a petty larceny, a shoplifting has nothing to do with them cleaning a stall. So there's no parity between those two, so they're granted a license. Just to clarify that. So that's where that comes, but I think there has been maybe some miscommunication or some confusion that like there's.
Allowed to license felons.
Yeah.
Correct.
Just like I said, in the simplest of terms, the majority of them are something like that. It's like a petty larceny or something. They work, they're not mutual employees, you know, on that side of the house. When you separate the parimutuel out, the live racing side versus like all of the mutual employees and then all of the OTB employees, there's no issues. There's no issues at all. Because a larceny in a mutual position, I mean, you can tie those two together. So they handle money and everything else. Hope that helps.
So to follow up with what Nick said, you know, if you take the parimutuel side, and again, the concern is we have permittees, which is our owners of the businesses, and we have our licensees at the OTBs that are handling money have convicted felons. They're convicted felons. That's absolutely zero. That is not correct. That is absolutely not the situation. Anybody that's handling money would not affect, we could have the same regulations would apply. So the question comes up for the commission is, should we look at that on page 7.3? Now, we did add in here to these rules, and we'll bring these back at a later date, obviously, as we work through these. You know, we added in on 7.2 or page 110 of your commission packet, rodeo stock contractor, rodeo contestants, trying to get that in there. But then we have this whole section here that what I would propose, we'll come back with a little finer tuned proposals that we can to maybe tier down to where it's clear that a permittee is not allowed to be a convicted felon, that people that are working in the mutual departments, you know, are not, and kind of clear that up a little bit for everybody. So I'd like that, if you don't mind, we don't really need a motion for this. We can move this on and this can come back with a later date.
Okay, move on. Have a motion. Have you finished with 7 then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Make a motion.
Moving on, no motion required.
We don't need to make a motion to move 7.
So now we're on chapter 8, conduct of races. In your packet, we're on page 114 of the rules, 8-1. So again, what we've done, we've added in some of the emergency rules, and we've cleared up some language on the first page there. Whenever possible, a horse shall be loaded into the ambulance. Again, just kind of clearing up language that we've had in that first couple of lines there. Throughout our rules, it was brought to our attention that we were using official veterinarian versus commissioned veterinarian. Now we're using commissioned veterinarian, so it's just formatting. The next line, the stewards, upon consulting with the commission safety officer, may limit the number of starters in a race or cancel races at their discretion. Again, just these are things that we do, we're able to do, just putting it out there so that there's more understanding. Turning to the next page, 8.3, 116 of your packet, again, Commission Veterinarian formatting. We also removed some language that just doesn't work for us, stabling on lines 11 through 13. Stabling until race reporting time in a holding facility. That's been in place for many, many years. We don't utilize holding facilities, removing that language. Further down on that page is the emergency rule, the butazolidine, lowering that limit. The next couple of lines again, and the remainder of that page is verbatim from the emergency rules. Turning to the next page on 117 of your packet, 8-4 of the rules, line 10, again, some clarifying, just grammar, and then a comma. Changing to the next page. We're talking about the lip tattooing. We've discussed this quite a bit earlier in our discussions. We're adding in some of that language that would assist us moving forward with the lip identifications that the AQHA is doing. 8-6 of the rules, 119 of your packet, removing the effective date January 1st of 2020. We don't need that language in there. Turning to the next page, no changes. The next page, 221 or 8-8. Again, just formatting. No changes on 122, 8-9 of the rules. And then the next page, we're removing some language that just doesn't apply to us. No horse shall be permitted to enter or start unless stabled on the grounds or of the permittee. We have a lot of ship-ins. And then relettering, conforming. We then skip with no changes way over to page 141 of your packet, 828, conforming. The next page is again conforming, or it is part of the emergency good standing associated. Correctly to, yes, just pretty minimal changes. And again, this is the process that we, on 829, 142, lines 10, 11, and 12, the addition of executive director. This is the process that we do now. It's just clarifying it, and then we forward it to the stewards. Actually, the information goes to Brandy at this point. Continuing to turn, earlier last year, we had on page 832, 145, we had concerns from the racetracks and had requests for a rule change to remove some of our claiming requirements. Basically, it's the requirement that you have to have a 25% increase, and that has been removed pretty much across the board nationwide, most all jurisdictions now, so we're removing that language. 833 of your rules, or page 146 of your commission packet, all conforming. And then 834, 147 of your commission packet. This is all ARCI or minor changes to fit our processes. As far as voiding a claim is voidable at the discretion of the new owner for X amount of time, so on and so forth. And again, this is an ARCI model rule too. So that concludes chapter 8.
All right, thank you. Okay, Eugene, you have a concern or question with chapter 8?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, Commissioners. This is on the first page of chapter 8.
8-1.
It's line 28. 8-1 is my page. I don't know what your page number is.
114.
And it states that the stewards, upon consulting with the commission safety officer, may limit the number of starters in a race or cancel races at their desecration.
Whoops,
Oh, discretion, I think. that's-
discretion, no.
Anyway. Anyway, from a practical matter, whenever we've had to cancel races, it was the decision of management and consulting with the trainers and the jockeys and what have you. And I'm just not comfortable with that not being in our control. And number of starters of races, the safety committee, we talked about limiting the number of 2-year-olds in a gate and what have you. So we're moving in that direction. But, I don't know how you would reword this, but, certainly management needs to be involved in any decision that affects our customers and our participants. So I'm just, not that the safety officer and the stewards are good guys, but I would just, management would want a little more control.
I see that.
So just adding the track safety officer would be sufficient for you? We have a commission
management.
safety officer.
What's the change? Was the change just adding this commission safety officer?
Well,
Huh?
this whole line was new.
The whole line is new.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
I mean, I'd just take it out, I guess. I mean, I'm going to consult with the stewards. That's correct. I'm sorry, Jenny. The stewards have the authority to just close the races anyway. Is that correct? They already have that authority.
I believe so, yeah. And they're going to consult with everybody.
What's that?
And they're going to consult, obviously, with everybody on the racetrack.
But it doesn't say that. It basically says they don't have to consult, the way you could read it.
President Broussard?
Yeah, go ahead.
Gina, maybe you can put that in an internal policy, that before stewards cancel the race, they've got to consult with you. So this wouldn't really, we don't have to add you in here.
Yeah,
We'll
that's
just
fine.
keep you in there. So
Yep.
you can do it internally and make sure that they have to talk to you anyway before they cancel. That way it doesn't tie anybody.
But the
That's
stewards
one
are
of the
our
things we don't
employees.
want to. What's that?
Stewards work for us.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
but they can consult with them as a matter of, I don't know, cooperation.
Right. So, Mr. President, Commissioners, Commissioner Wildcat, and Charlie, you know this for the last 13 years, whenever, events happen and, everybody's talking to each other. The reason I've always put it on my shoulders is the potential animosity between the trainers and the riders, saying the riders won't ride and everybody's mad at each other. So I take it off everybody's, don't point fingers. This is management decision. We're deciding in the best interest of safety to cancel.
And you're going to bear the financial issue.
Yeah, we bear the financial. And then again, I'm on the hook. I've got to come back to you all because I didn't run my required race days. And now maybe we should keep this in because it takes my butt out of the sling.
Your desecration. Go ahead, Ruben.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would it help if we just added "and management"? Because track management, yeah.
I see Frank's hand. We'll get to you, Frank. You're next.
I see your point.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't be the last one to find out that where's everybody going?
Yeah, it just sounds like a closed circle.
Yeah,
But again, the history is management works well with the stewards and the commission employees, during those circumstances. So.
Upon notification to management?
Well, they all ought to get together and at least hear the.
Whatever this, Tracy left. I told her to take me with her, but she didn't. All right, but
let's do that. Let's do that.
Okay.
And then if we need something in the future, we can do it. Frank, did you want to comment on 8-128?
If you're still on G, yes. that we were talking about. I just want to add in there, I echo what Eugene was saying, but the industry has a standard protocol and has for years on how we cancel races. And a lot of it comes from the Jocks Guild. And I think they're the most important part of this that's not mentioned, but we consult with the jockeys, with the horsemen, and the stewards. We're all involved in it anytime we cancel race. We want everyone's input. But like Eugene says, in the end, management has that responsibility. They have the responsibility to the athletes, both equine and human, and also to the 1,500 patrons you might have in the grandstand. So there's a lot of moving parts here, and to leave that discretion to the stewards, I think, is unfair to them, and really goes against the way that we do it in this industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. I think we're going to solve it real quick we're going to strike G for now and move forward. Okay, any comments, questions? Chapter 8, other than 8-1, 28G. If not, we'll entertain a motion to move on.
So moved.
Second again. He wanted to be first. Okay. We got a first and a second. Any more comment? Chapter 8, any more comments?
So just to quickly recap, so on page 8.1 of the rules, page 114 of the packet, commissioners, we're going to delete lines 28 to 29, and then no other changes throughout the chapter. Is that correct?
Yes. Perfect. Any more discussion? Chapter 8. Okay, thank you. We'll now call the vote. All in favor of moving chapter 8 along, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. If you're opposed, say no. Okay, chapter 8, tick box. Now, chapter 9. Charlie?
Thank you. Chapter 9 is quite simple. All it is on page 154, 9-5 of your chapter. We're deleting roper, and we're inserting rodeo participant. That is the only change to that huge chapter.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion to move chapter 9 forward?
I move to move chapter 9 forward.
That's him. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you, Commissioner Wildcat. Any discussion about that one line? Hearing none, we will call the vote. All in favor of moving chapter 9 along, say aye.
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 If you're opposed, say no. That was good. Okay, chapter 10, Charlie.
Thank you. First, I'd like to ask, have the operators had an opportunity to look at chapter 10? Okay. Quite a bit of changes. Oof. The majority of the changes are conforming or defining parimutuel wagering pursuant to our statutes, a lot of that. On the first page, the line there on 10.1, page 158 of the packet, it's added lines 7 and 8. I'm assuming Mr. Kaler has not had an opportunity to look at this. This is just kind of needs some discussion. I would assume Mr. Kaler maybe suggests remove that whole piece up there, because we typically don't have narratives in rules, so that would be potentially coming out. Later on there, that's just instead of means the one in paramedic coach, we need to change that, obviously, and it's just pursuant, or the meeting provided 1125-102A. Going throughout this, what I may suggest as far as due for time here maybe would be to our operators, take a look at this and provide us some comment and feedback for the next meeting, if that's okay with you, commissioners. We're looking at raising the bonding significantly. We're dealing with in here a minimum number of terminals to offer a historic racing location. We're not dealing with maximum number of terminals. We're also defining what is a race day. How many races is that, and how many starters is that? Excuse me. And also something that I know is very important to a lot of people, we're going down and trying to define further the Horsemen's Association. And I would like to hear comments from the horsemen as well on all these, that we always do, and we a lot of times don't get it. But so, you know, we're talking about the Horsemen's Association. We're adding language here. Shall be registered with the Wyoming Secretary of State and remain in good standing. Horsemen's Association shall consist of licensed owners and trainers pursuant to Wyoming statutes 1125-102A, Roman numeral at 12. And then the Horsemen's Association shall hold yearly biannual meetings for the purpose of informing their membership and voting on issues as determined by the association leadership. Minutes of each meeting shall be taken and available at the request of the commission. Trying to define how that group looks as we go through this. And then, throughout the page, again, there's some of our permitting. I would assume, since we deleted in the last one, the commission's capacity for staffing and budget, that would probably be removed in the next edit. That would be on page 164 of your packet. 10-7. And then on 10-8, 165 of your packet, we added some language. All locations offer simulcasting shall be equipped with video surveillance. We're doing that currently. We don't have a problem, but trying to put this in rule to where anybody in the future, they know that they have to provide video surveillance. The other thing, the commission may issue, amend, or refuse to issue permits in its discretion pursuant to 1125-201F. And then the substantive changes or modifications language is something that we have in sports wagering and other entities. The remainder of the chapter, again, significant lift on the bonding. And the reason for that is when this was done with a $100,000 bond, and then this is a jump. And I tried once before putting just in a question mark, and I was told I shouldn't put a question mark, so I picked a number. The last time the number I picked, everybody was fine with, and I picked probably too low a number. But, you know, with jackpots running close to up in the 900,000, how do we ensure those are properly, you know, that we're going to have those taken care of? Now, there's other ways of doing this other than a bonding. We can do similar to what we do with sports wagering. We can use reserve accounts. So there's a lot of discussion we can have on that bonding and a little different route if that's what the commission and the operators would like to do. Again, I think the remainder of the chapter, a lot of formatting and just corrections. The last time we cracked this chapter open was like 10 years ago, maybe now, whatever it was, right after historic racing. Then we also put in there, like I said, the minimum number of terminals per location would be 20. And then each location shall be staffed with a minimum of 2 licensed employees of the permittee. Those individuals shall be knowledgeable of the products offered at the location and have received responsible gambling and AMLA training. You know, some of this stuff is just really common sense, I know, but these are responding to complaints periodically from folks that say, hey, there was nobody to help me or whatever. So that's all I have for that one at this point.
Thank you. Okay, so rodeo event rules B.
Yes. Mr. Steinberg.
Does anyone need a break? Nope. we're running out of people.
So, Mr. President, Director Moore, Chapter 10, we're going to submit in writing to you our comments on that chapter.
I think that'd be, is that what you would like, commissioners? Or you
Yeah,
want
I think that's great. Yeah,
Thank you, President. Commissioners, I'll try to make this as painless as possible. In the January meeting, you all gave us a directive to look into incorporating PRCA rules by reference. To make a long story short, that was almost impossible. It's a very, very long document. You have to incorporate 2 different sets of rules. If you want to include barrel racing, you also have to incorporate WPRA. The majority of their rule books would not be relevant, so you had to pick and choose sections. Sections that were relevant also had fines in them, so you'd have to delete that portion of the section. Long story short, impossible task. So what we're asking for today is your consideration to move forward with the rules that we have presented. Just for your clarification, I did not make these event rules up myself. I stole them from PRCA. So you're accomplishing the same thing. It's just instead of having 50 or 60 pages of incorporation by reference that doesn't make sense to anybody, we can get it done in about 28 pages of clear, easy reading, and it's the same event rules. So what we're kind of looking for today is some direction from you guys to move forward with this. We could present a full packet at the next meeting to move forward the rulemaking process.
Yeah, go ahead, Cactus.
Mr. President, so I've been involved in this kind of from the get-go, talking to a lot of different people about this. I think basically these are the PRCA rules. Just because the wordsmithing required makes it much simpler. I haven't seen anything that contradicts with anything that's in the PRCA in any of these rules. So that being said, I want to make a motion that we move these forward to final draft.
I'll second that.
Got a first and a second. Any comments? Yep, go ahead.
Hi, Jack Greer, 307. I haven't had a chance to review those rules in detail. I guess just a general question would be, would we have the ability to pari-mutuel wager PRCA sanctioned events? Or would this just give us the ability to conduct our own rodeos that we pari-mutuel wager? Thank you.
Well, my understanding from Tom Glaus is at this point, he won't allow it.
Wagering?
Of PRCA events. So until such a time as an agreement's made with the PRCA where they get a piece of the action, they're not interested in allowing it. That's why we're moving forward this direction. As long as the PRCA would abide by these rules, which essentially they already do, it would be fine, but I think we still have to have our judges approved by us and all that kind of stuff. So it's a bit of a slippery slope. My last discussion with Tom Glaus was that the PRCA wouldn't approve rodeo with pari-mutuel betting at this time. So if you can get something different out of him, I think we'd revisit it.
Thank you. You follow up?
Yeah, just to follow up, I mean, that, to your point, that could change. So whatever rules we implement now, I mean, we don't want to block that ability out either. That could change.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. How do they bet in Vegas? They get a piece of it, I take it.
Pardon me?
The betting going on in Vegas at the NFR, they get a piece of it.
I don't think so. No, it's
just simulcast.
You talking like sports online?
That's what you call.
Whatever they're doing, it's outside of the event. It's not true pari-mutuel.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, you can go to the casino and bet where the sun's gonna come up, but
Yeah.
you can't do it inside the event.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
quickly, President Broussard, Commissioner Ritholler, fantasy rodeo is what I think you're referencing, which is you're basically fantasy football, making predetermined bets about what's going to outcome of the event, but actually not wagering the live event.
It's not parimutuel.
It's not parimutuel.
Odds, yeah. Thank you, Jack. Anybody? Okay, I see Commissioner Bowles' hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did you get a second for Cactus's motion?
We did.
Okay.
It was.
Then I have a question. Are we the first state that's tried to enact rules for parimutuel betting on rodeo? Charlie, are we the pioneers here?
I think so. Charlie?
President Bouchard.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Commissioner Bowl, to my knowledge, yes. I think Montana does some wagering on their, it's at the bucking horse event that they do each year, but I don't think it's a parimutuel pool.
If we're not,
I'm not aware of any parimutuel pool wagering.
Yeah, which kind of explains why we're struggling with this, because every time I think we've got at least a path forward, we hit another barrier. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Was there another hand, Nick? No. Okay, all right. Okay. Roger, did you want to say something before we move on?
Yeah, Mr. President, I have my hand up there, but I took it back down. But I guess two things. I did read, when I saw these rules in there, I read through them and I didn't do a line by line comparison, but I did go in and compare them to the PRCA, and it was obvious that most of it was just copied. But there is getting to be more and more, not of rodeos, but rodeo type, like barrel racing and roping, and let the people guys in those things know that this type of thing is available. They, some of them may be interested in coming in and having these conversations with us. I'd be happy to pass on some names if we wanted to contact anybody, or we can just let them contact us.
Thank you. Thank you, Roger. Okay, any more comments, concerns, questions?
Mr. President, my concern would be the Gaming Commission's role in overseeing these rules. Do we have provisions to deal with how we're going to oversee these rules? Thank you.
To answer your question, President Broussard, Commissioner Schiffer, yes, kind of at this point. So what we'll do with these rules is, again, as you see in the copy I've got, I don't even know what chapter number we're going to utilize at this point. So we will incorporate into it the licensing aspect and the permitting aspect, similar to what we have with our live racing right now, and have it one all grouped together, the whole piece. Overseeing it, it's no different than what we're doing currently. Overseeing the wagering, overseeing the event, except it's just on a much smaller scale until it isn't a smaller scale. You have one steward that's there, then you rely on your judges, and a steward is hired by the commission. Years and years ago, I acted as a steward in Laramie. So I think as we work through it, it'll work. We can get there with it all. And this is just kind of that first big step. I know that first big step has been working for way too long, probably. I apologize.
No, great. Thank you, Charlie. We have to start somewhere. We know it's not going to be perfect, but that's why we meet every few months to fix things. So any more comments or questions before we call the vote? Nothing up top? Okay. All in favor of moving the rodeo rules forward, please state aye.
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 Thank you. Anyone opposed, say no. Hearing none, moves forward. Thank you. Okay, anyone need a break? Otherwise, we're going to go to item 8.
Yeah, item 7 is, we have no action required for item 7.
Okay, item 8A. We'll start getting the approvals. Or
President Broussard, members of the commission.
Real quickly, before we jump into these, I just want to make one statement real quick. The commission staff is not charged with affirming or denying a request. It reviews the request for its reasonableness, compliance with state law, and commission rules. Once we've reviewed, the staff summarizes those requests and will provide that information as you have in your packet, commissioners. If the staff uncovers something or has an issue or concern, we bring it to your attention. That's all.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Nick.
President Broussard, item number 8A is a request from Trestle Games requesting the deployment of Bighorn Duel 2, version 102.20.2.1. The request was received on January 8th, 2024. Along with the request, we received like release notes, screenshots, videos of gameplay, as well as a completed lab report. On the shared drive that we have for everybody, I had submitted all of the screenshots and video for you all to take a look at. The one thing that I had noted in this, just so you are aware of it, it includes 6 new game themes, Lucky Irish, Precious Ingots, and 777. Those are all like the standard, what we've seen the majority of the skill games. It's a real style game where you move stuff. The other 3, there's one called Fastball, which is a Keno style theme. There's one called Diamond Pick, which is a Powerball style. That's kind of what it looks like. And then there's one called Imperial, which looks like a draw poker game. Just so you're aware, we have other skill games out there that have similar themes. There's nothing currently in the rules that these are a violation of. So based on the review and the lab report, I would recommend approval of this software update for Trestle Games.
Thank you, Nick. All right, we'll entertain a motion. If anyone's.
So moved.
Okay. Who moved? Who had the first?
Roger.
Okay, thank you, Roger. And then we have a second by Ruben. Any comments or questions to Nick or to anyone in particular? Not seeing any, we'll call the vote. All in favor of approving Trestle software update, say aye.
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 If you're opposed, say no. Okay. Okay. All right, moving on to item 8, Bravo.
President Broussard, item number 8B is a vendor application for skill-based amusement games. The commission received the application on December 19th, 2023. The application was received from Nick Damani, the owner of Inamax Wyoming LLC. The application is for licensure to become a skill-based amusement games vendor. Inamax Wyoming LLC plans to provide the previously approved skill games manufactured by Vanilla Games. All of the required information was submitted, appears to be in compliance with state law, as well as rules of the Wyoming Gaming Commission. The background checks have been completed, and there was no statutory disqualifiers. And the staff would recommend approval of Inamax Wyoming LLC to become a skill-based amusement games vendor.
Thank you. How many vendors do we have now in total?
This would bring our total to, I want to say, 17.
Okay.
We have 3 that have been approved in the past that have still not begun operations in Wyoming. It kind of seems that this one isn't going to be huge either. They have kind of some contracts that they're working on a national level.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. President, Nick, does Mr. Damani have any other outstanding vendors licenses?
They are licensed in Georgia as a skill-based amusement. I think they call them coin ops there, but they have a similar business in other states,
Not in Wyoming.
not in Wyoming.
Thank you.
Thank you. So at this moment, we'll entertain a motion to approve new vendor license for Inamax, Wyoming.
Motion to approve INAMAX Wyoming LLC as a skill-based movement vendor.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Cactus. Any comments or questions regarding this motion? This applicant? Not seeing any, we'll call the vote. All in favor of approving the new vendor, Inamax, state that by saying aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, say no. Thank you. All right, now we'll move on to HHR requests. Item number 9A.
President Broussard, item number 9A is a request received on December 1st, 2023 from Konami Gaming, seeking approval to make available 5 new game themes and their associated math models utilizing the Ainsworth backend system. The 5 themes are listed in your packet. Would you like me to list them individually?
Are they English?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Imperial Wealth Triple Sparkle, Lotus Land Triple Sparkle, Majestic Moon Triple Sparkle, China Shores Boosted Winds and Spins, Lion Festival Boosted Celebration. All 5 of those themes operate on commission rates between 7 and 11%. I've reviewed all of the submission, including the screenshots, videos, lab reports, math model spec sheets, and cut sheets. An independent laboratory has found that the Konami HHR software is compliant with the requirements set forth in Wyoming Gaming Commission rules and state statute. And they further determined that the results of historical thoroughbred races compared against the players' selections are the only determining factor in the outcome. It complies with the 18-point compliance checklist, and the staff would recommend approval.
Thank you, Nick. We'll entertain a motion to approve Konami Software Update HHR 5 new terminals or new themes.
I'd move that we approve the Konami games as so expertly read by Nick.
I'll second that.
Thank you. We got a second. Any comments, questions, concerns from the commission or the public? Not seeing any, we'll call the vote. All in favor of approving the Konami software, state that by saying aye.
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 If you're opposed, say no. Okay, moving on to B.
President Broussard, B is a request received. It's actually 2 requests received, one on February 1st and the other on February 14th. The request was received from Aristocrat seeking approval of 7 new game themes and their associated math models utilizing the Ainsworth backend systems. Excuse me, the themes are Cash Express Luxury Line Buffalo, Cash Express Luxury Line Timberwolf, Coin Trio Piggy Burst, Fortune Harmony Tiger and Dragon, Fortune Harmony Phoenix and Dragon, Purple Celebration, and Jade Celebration. These themes operate on commission rates between 6.75% and 11%. I reviewed the complete submission, including the screenshots, video, lab reports, math model, cut sheets, and spec sheets. Independent laboratory has tested these as well, and it shows that it is compliant with the requirements set forth in Wyoming Gaming Commission rules and statutes. It was compared against the 18-point checklist and appeared to be compliant as well, and the staff would recommend approval of these 7 Aristocrat themes on the Ainsworth platform.
Thank you. Ruben?
President Broussard, I would make the motion to approve, I can't even pronounce your name.
Aristocrat.
Correct?
Do we have a second?
Second.
Cactus second. Any comments or questions regarding Aristocrat software? You go ahead.
I got a question. Are these just new faces or do they actually sit down and write a new program? Are they just changing the look of the screen?
A lot of it, it's both. Some of them, we call it a reskin. A reskin is basically just new graphics on an existing approved math model. But these are all new themes that have new math models and everything's tied together.
Okay, thank you.
I think in the past, new skins can be approved at staff level, right?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
If it gets more complicated, then it comes to us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Any comments or questions regarding this motion? Not seeing any or hearing any, we will call the vote. All in favor of approving the Aristocrat software, state that by saying aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Say no. No. Okay, moving on. Thank you. Now we'll go to Light and Wonder software.
President Broussard, the next request is a request received on January 19th from Wyoming Horse Racing, seeking approval to deploy 2 new Light and Wonder themes and their associated math models on the Ainsworth backend system. The themes are Triple Blazing Sevens and the Green Machine. These themes operate on commission rates between 1.5% and 15.75%. I've reviewed the completed submission, including screenshots, video, the lab reports, spec sheets. An independent laboratory has found that the HHR software submitted by Light and Wonder is compliant with the requirements set forth in Gaming Commission rules and Wyoming statutes. I compared it against the 18-point checklist and it appears compliant. And I would recommend approval of these 2 Light and Wonder game themes on the Ainsworth platform as well.
Thank you. Okay. And entertain a motion to approve the Light and Wonder software.
I move to approve the Light and Wonder software.
Thank you, Daniel. Do we have a second?
Second.
You want that one, Dick? I'll give it to you, Dick. Okay, thank you. Dick's got that one. Kara. Okay. Any comments or questions regarding the Light and Wonder software? Not seeing any, we'll call the vote. All in favor of approving Light and Wonder software, note that by saying aye.
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 If you're opposed, say nay. Thank you. Moving on to D, doing great.
President Broussard, item D is a request received on 6/8 of 23. The commission received a request seeking to deploy the following game themes on the Ainsworth system, and these games are developed by Ainsworth themselves. It's Cash Catch Gold Action Dragons, Cash Catch Gold Mustang Spirit, Joy Joy Dragon, Treasure Spirits Dragon, and Wicked Hot Mistress. On 2/5/24, I reviewed the entire submission, including the lab reports, par sheets, photos, and videos of gameplay. An independent laboratory has concluded that they meet the requirements set forth in Gaming Commission rules and Wyoming statute. And when compared against the 18-point checklist, they appear compliant. These operate on commission rates between 4.25 and 12.25%, and the staff would recommend approval of these themes as well.
Thank you, Nick. Okay, we'll entertain a motion to approve the Ainsworth software. Ainsworth updates.
So moved.
Thank you, Cactus. Do I have a second?
Second here.
Daniel? Okay, any comments or questions regarding this motion? If
Mr. President, I'd just like to make sure that it is on record that this may be the first time Wicked Hot Mistress was ever said at a gaming commission meeting.
No, I don't know. You might have to go back and find it. I'm sure it's been said. Might have been the name of a horse.
For the record, the video and the screenshots of that is not.
Can you send it to us?
The title may be misleading.
Oh, okay. It's not that wicked hot. All right. Yeah, we were liven things up. Okay, any comments or questions regarding the Ainsworth updates? Not seeing any, we'll call the vote. All in favor of approving the Ainsworth updates, please state that by saying aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, say no.
I know, it's not bad.
She's pretty wicked hot.
Just saying.
Yeah, so that one is approved. We'll move on to the AGS software updates.
President Broussard, the next submission is also it was 2 submissions that was combined into one. The submissions were received on January 18th and January 30th from AGS, seeking to make available 5 new AGS themes and their associated math models utilizing the existing approved Exacta backend system. The themes are Money Charge, Ying Da Jade, Money Charge, Ying Da Ruby, Straight Cash, Ludahoy, Che Shen Magic. All of these themes operate on commission rates between 8 and 12%. I've reviewed the submission, including screenshots, video, lab reports, math model spec sheets, and cut sheets. An independent laboratory has found that the AGS HHR software is compliant with the requirements set forth in Wyoming Gaming Commission rules and state statute for parimutuel wagering. It was compared against the 18-point checklists and appears to be in compliance with that. And the staff would recommend approval of these 5 themes and their associated math models as well.
Thank you, Nick. Do we have a motion to approve the AGS software updates?
I'll make a motion to approve the AGS software updates.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Okay. Did you get that, Sarah? Sarah? Okay. Just out of curiosity, Nick, do you ever run some of these through Google Translate?
I've never done that, no.
I'm just curious as what we might be approving. It might be called Wicked Hot something. Okay. Any more comments regarding the AGS software update? Not seeing any. We will call the vote. All in favor? Say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Say no. All right. Thank you, Nick. F, Foxtrot.
Item F is a request received on February 20th from Paramax Systems requesting the approval of Paramax version 3.40. Included with this update is a new game theme and a math model. The game theme is Big Bison Wildfire. I reviewed the completed submission, including videos, screenshots, cut sheets, and math model and lab reports. The lab has concluded that it is compliant with Wyoming state statute and rules for parimutuel wagering. The math model operates on commission rates between 7 and 10%, and the staff would recommend approval of Paramax Wagering System 3.4.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve the Paramax software.
Mr. President, also move.
Thank you, Commissioner Kura. Any second? Do we have a second?
Here, River.
Was that you, Roger?
Yes, second.
Okay, Roger seconded. Okay, any comments or questions regarding this motion? Kyle, did you raise your hand? No, okay. Okay, not seeing and hearing any, we'll call the vote. All in favor of approving Paramax software, say aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, say no. All right, thank you. We'll move on to item number 10. Is that you, Nick, also?
President Broussard, I can start it, and then representation from Wyoming Horse Racing can probably explain their vision and plan on this.
Okay.
If you want me to get started, I'll get it started.
Yeah, that'd be great. Get it started.
President Broussard, members of the commission, item number 10 is a request received from Wyoming Horse Racing for terminal additions to 2 of their new properties, the Touristic OTB in Cheyenne and the Touristic OTB in Evanston. The request is to add 940 terminals to the Laramie County facility and 736 terminals to the Uinta County facility. Included in your packet, you will see updated floor plans and also the updated feasibility study. And I would stand for any questions on this one, and I'm sure that they would like to present on this as well.
Thank you, Nick. Okay, so Wyoming Horse Racing, you guys have the floor.
Thank you, President Broussard. This is clearly an unusual request. It's a big request, but there are a number of circumstances that we felt warranted going down this path. First, we should say that our Laramie County project is about to open in the next 45 days, maybe 60 days. So, I'm sorry, 90 days, I should say. I'm rushing things. End of the second quarter at the latest, probably. So what we've done and our Uinta County project is getting ready to start construction.
And what we've done is, through the course of being in Wyoming and learning the process that we have to go through, we've determined that things take quite a while to get things moving and get construction completed, especially a greenfield project like we have, 2 projects. And what we're trying to do is consider all the input we've been getting from area experts, as well as our own experience, to say we believe both of these projects are going to be very successful, and that the demand will actually be higher than we can supply in terms of entertainment and so on and so forth. So what we want to do is start to plan what we would call our phase 2. We've kind of master planned these projects out from the beginning, but what we really want to be able to do right now is to start doing architecture work, underground utility work, and finish a number of studies that we have to get done. And the last thing we want to do is spend potentially millions of dollars and find out that there's fundamentally concerns or issues with going down this path. So we thought it appropriate to submit this and have that discussion candidly. And as you can tell, we're really tripling down in Wyoming as a company. We really believe in what we're doing. We think that the interior Wyoming is getting pretty populated in terms of OTBs. That's never really been our thought process. We always believe the way to accomplish some common goals here is to drive tourism traffic from out of state into the state. And that's really the genesis of these projects to begin with. So what we're doing is taking it to the next level. The other thing that has us thinking about this to move things along quicker is that what we saw today is potential arrival of another operator and a big facility. And we want to make sure that we are well on our way to planning our expansions. And in order to do that, we want to get acknowledgement from the commission that you have no issues with where we're headed. And again, I would stress this, these aren't new locations. This is really expansion of something that we've previously submitted and have gotten approval from. We've had conversations with both counties. They're very much aware of what we're doing and that this is just a continuation of the master plan. Because of the way the resolutions were written, neither party, didn't need to get an updated resolution, I guess is the best way to say it. And they understand that and agree with it. It wasn't an issue. So we've been pretty open and transparent with the counties as well. And in terms of the city of Cheyenne and Evanston, we've had multiple meetings with those city councils as well, and have had lots of conversation. The most recent one in Evanston about 2 months ago, give or take, where we really kind of went through where we are with the project at Evanston and also what the next steps were and plans were. So everyone, we believe, is aware, no issues. Everybody's been super supportive and very excited about this. And, obviously of investing the kind of money we're talking about, as I said, it's really going to substantially expand our commitment to Wyoming. I think it's in excess of $150 million between these 2 projects. So that's the genesis of why we're here. We know it may be a little out of sequence. Wanted to be able to answer questions you might have and go from there.
Thank you. First question will be Mr. Cactus.
I'm going to ask this question to Nick. Nick, can you tell me how many HHR machines we have currently in the state and how many have been approved
President
right now
Broussard,
before this?
President Broussard, Vice President Cavello. So currently, right now, we have 2,519 operational HHR machines throughout the state. That's in 38 operational locations. The commission has approved 3,844 HHR machines in 45 total locations. So we have 7 locations that are pending either a build out or a remodel or opening. We have 1 in Laramie County, 1 in Casper, 1 in Douglas, 1 in Evanston, 1 in Cheyenne, 1 in Buffalo, and 1 in Rock Springs.
Thank you. Is that good? Follow up?
Well, yeah, so I guess my concern, guys, is all of a sudden you're doubling the number in the state in 2 locations. Not that you're bad guys or anything like that, but to me, this totally changes the game. I mean, you're talking, what's the largest location right now? How many machines?
Currently, the largest location has 183 active terminals. When this facility opens in Cheyenne, it was approved for 275. So that would be the biggest one in the state with 275 when it opens.
Obviously, nothing illegal about this, but I think it just changes the ideas that people have about what this is. This becomes from a mini casino to a mega casino. And I don't know that that's bad, but in my county, it would cause serious consternation. Not that it's in our county, but just the fact that it's in the next neighboring county, some of those folks would just have a cow. I'm not saying that that's wrong or anything, but it causes me concern to see this huge of a jump.
Vice President.
For discussion. Not saying that-
you know, it's a pertinent comment. Okay, one of the things that we would point out, which is what Peter's already said, we're not going after the local market. We're not closing our operations in either Evanston or in Cheyenne. We're not opposed to the idea that Wyoming is sufficiently serviced. Okay, that's why this is not local footprint stuff. We've only, since opening the operations or buying the company 2 and a bit years ago, we've only increased by one small outlet with 60 something units. Again, it's not our focus. You may remember from the past some of the things that we've told you about. The history is we did this in Kentucky Downs, many years ago. And we were in Kentucky, but we were on the border with Tennessee, Nashville. And we were the first track, apart from a very small track a very small contingent in Arkansas, to run what was IRM that became HHR. And it went gangbusters. And if you walked around our car park any night, 76 to 82% of the license plates on the cars were from Tennessee, not from Kentucky. We would not invest 25 million, not including things like equipment, the machines, in Cheyenne if we thought we were going after the Cheyenne market. It would make no sense. If you look at Cheyenne, it's probably the most overpopulated with HHR. Why would we do that? You wouldn't put that sort of money into it. This is purely our experience and I'd like to say expertise in bringing touristic dollars out of state to in-state. And if you took the two combined, Evanston, even though there's a time difference, if you took to completion, if you took the two combined, what they would generate, it's like $1 billion, believe it or not. And this is, running by in handle, obviously in handle. In tax revenue, it's 19 million additional, over and above what we've got already. And that's going to really be about 5 million to the state, the county, the city, and it's going to be just 4.1 million to the Breeders' Fund. We think it's great that the Breeders' Fund reaches 6. Imagine if these two produce another 4. Again, and we do things in bite-sized chunks because this is our money. We're not lending it, this is our money. So we do things in bite-sized chunks. So it's not like we're going to go from the allowed 400, for example, in Cheyenne, up to suddenly 1,400. No, if you look at what we did in Kentucky Downs, we started off at 250. And when we sold it, by the time I'd left, we'd gone to about 1,500, but that was 250, 350, 575. It's bite-sized chunks. We're not because it's our money, not a bank's money, we need to be very, very careful what we invest and what we expect to get back.
If I can, I'll take a little bit of a different turn. I think you may make better sense why we're coming this early in the process, is that most of the OTB applications are typically for real estate that's owned or bought and then renovated. Those projects are 5-6 month projects, and they're open. When you approve something, truly, by the time it gets online, it could take 5-6 months. I'm sure Nick could confirm that. Doesn't happen overnight. Our Laramie County, the Swan Ranch project, it took us 5-6 months to do all the planning, then another 2 or 3 months to get all the approvals from the city before we even started to break ground. I mean, we were all very frustrated initially, couldn't figure out why we had originally planned to be open in 9 months. If you remember our original discussion, it's going to be almost 2 years at this point by the time we get open. So having that experience tells us, wow, if this thing is successful, we don't want to start that day at ground zero is for a 2-year clock potentially. We want to get a bit of a head start now. That's really why we're approaching this. And I understand it's a big change, and I understand it's a big ask.
Thank you. We do have a question from Commissioner Torgensen. Roger, you want to ask?
Yes, Mr. President. They kind of answered part of my question there. The first part of my question was going to be whether or not this was a request for approvals for machines in the future, and he did answer that. So the second part would be, if we did approve this, do you have an estimate on when you would actually use up all of those approved machines? At what point would you actually use up all 1,400 of those?
President Broussard, Commissioner, I think to answer your question, first, we want to confirm what we believe will happen in Swan Ranch and Evanston, which would probably be 5 or 6 months after we get open. We would then have the preliminary work done, assuming we get approval, so we could really start moving quickly. Realistically, what we've seen in Swan Ranch, it's probably going to be another 1.5 years before we would actually get open. So I think you're talking about potentially 2 years in the future.
Thank you.
Is when we would, I'll say open, maybe 2.5 years, something like that. In Cheyenne and Evanston's probably another 6 months past that.
Thank you.
Okay, a follow-up, Mr. President?
Yeah, go ahead, Roger.
But I guess I understood from when you were talking before that you're not actually looking at using all of these approved machines up front, but building over time. So at what point, like how many are you going to be using when you first open in Evanston, and when would you fully use up all of these approved machines that you about today?
President Broussard, Commissioner, I think I understand your question. We currently have approval to build what we've been calling phase 1 in Evanston and phase 1 in Cheyenne. The phase 1 project, I think, Nick, has approval up to 400 units, I believe. I think we've
275 was the original approval.
Okay.
In fact, I have the case file open. That was what the request was, with the understanding that floor footprint could hold 400. But the request was 275 for Cheyenne and 150 for Evanston. And I believe that footprint was, I want to say 250. I can pull it and look.
No, that's okay. So the question for Evanston would be, we will not even open Evanston until potentially second quarter of 2025. Again, the initial phase 1, we want to get confirmation that our thesis is correct, and we think these are going to be very successful. Once we have that confirmation, then we would move to phase 2 and start the construction process, which again, I think could take 2 years. So that pushes us into
2026, 2027 before we'd actually be open with that second piece, if you will.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, to be fully transparent, both buildings have small potential for expansion, as Nick is describing, inside the existing buildings. And there are small, probably quicker additions we could do that could add 100 or so units if the demand was there, that we would obviously come back for approval on. But I don't know if I've answered your question. I just want to make sure I'm covering what you needed there.
No, I think you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Roger. Okay, Cactus, you have a question?
I have a concern where we're headed with the HHR machines. And we kind of had a directive from the governor and the legislature, and I just want to read it real quick. Horses are the cornerstone of the industry. And the intent of the legislation was to promote and support live racing through the privilege of gambling. The intent was not to have live horse racing be the means for unrestricted historic horse racing. And I think that we're fast approaching that point. I don't know that that's wrong, but I'm not sure that was the original intent. And the size and scope of this puts me in a position where I feel like we're going to start putting ourselves in a corner, because I feel one of the reasons possibly you're here is you see that maybe there's going to be restrictions coming down the road. I get that. You're smart businessmen. Don't get me wrong. I understand that. You guys are no fools. But I worry if we approve this today that we're not setting ourselves up for the legislature coming in and doing exactly what Senator Driscoll said earlier, is they'll let us handle the rules until such a time that they don't like what we're doing, and then they're going to put some limitations on us. So that's my only concern here. Not that you guys are doing anything wrong or anything like that. I worry about the numbers and where we're headed.
Sure. Thank you, Cactus.
Say something? Depends.
Well, Mr. President, Commissioners, Commissioner Covello, going to your remarks about putting the horses first, okay? We have a specific business plan, unlike the other operators, okay, and go after the touristic dollars. Our purses this year are going to be 1.2 million. Our growth has been kind of flat for 3 years. The other two operators are going to be over $2 million, okay? This is part of our business plan to get our purses up and over $2 million. And the growth, again, is with out-of-state people coming and betting on this. But I just want to make sure that you know that we do put the horse first. We're in the process of investing $1 million into our facility. In fact, we've got a new race office and new jocks room being constructed right now. So we've put our money where our mouth is. And again, in order to move forward and to spend more money to get these projects to their full potential, we need to know that we can have access to these terminals to grow out those facilities. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay.
Just a bigger question from me. Let's just say some ifs. If some of these things happened, is there plans, bigger plans for the racetrack, bigger plans for the facility beyond what you're doing now?
Well, I think that our bigger plans is to constantly improving. And we've been doing that over the last 10 years, and we continue to improve. And so, but again, what's lagging behind right now is purse money, not breeders' money, it's purse money. There's more breeders' money than there's purse money in the state. That's all backwards. And again, it's the HHR that's gonna drive that. But we're constantly working with the facility to improve it, not just for horse racing, but for other things there. So,
thank you. You have other? Commissioner Bowles, you have the floor for a second.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Eugene, I need some clarification. So you already have a permit for 200 and some odd terminals in Evanston, and those aren't up and operational yet?
150 in Evanston, 275 in Laramie County.
Yes, the neither facility, Commissioner, has been built yet. We're in the process of finishing Cheyenne. The machines are not even in the state yet. So
And where is this facility going to be located in Evanston? Is it out on Prospector Drive also?
Yes, it's a master plan expansion of the existing facility.
What is the existing facilities? Is it the old Porters?
I'm sorry, the original Porter's Fireworks was torn down a couple months ago. We had approval or have approval from the Gaming Commission to build what we've been calling our Phase 1 Evanston property. That property is currently it's actually in the bidding stages in terms of construction documents. We're hoping to start construction of that property this summer. That will take roughly about a year to build and get open. So we expect to be open next summer in Evanston. And that would be the Phase 1, 150 units that was described.
Right. And then depending on the success of that facility, you may decide that there's a bigger market for these other terminals. Is that correct?
Correct. The tourism dollars from Utah is what, as you know, is what we're going after. And I think the conundrum we have is, do we wait to determine if the demand is there and then come back to the commission, or could we risk spending several $1 million of pre-planning in advance, knowing we have the commission's approval to expand if the demand is there? And it would be a faster process to get the expansion up and running.
From the commission's point of view, or at least from my point of view, the more prudent approach would be you to get your existing permitted facility up and running and see what you've got, and then come back to the commission and ask. And I don't know, you're saying millions of dollars for pre-planning. That sounds high to me. Maybe that's what it is, but that sounds high to me. I don't know. I just feel like you guys are pushing us when you don't need to be pushing us for approval of terminals. But I'm willing to listen to reason.
Thank you, Commissioner Bull. Commissioner Sheffer.
Mr. President, thank you. This sounds very much like what we were hearing a little bit earlier from Thunder Plains, is that now the operators are coming to the commission and wanting assurances that if they invest a lot of money in a project, we're going to either pre-approve it or assure them that we are going to give them approval. And you know, we started the day with this discussion of where we're headed as a commission and how we're going to do it. And, you know, trial by fire, we didn't come to any conclusions at that point in the morning. And now we've got trial by fire that we're going to have, you know, we're on the spot to decide, are we going to, boom, open this whole thing up, or are we going to continue with this little seriatim approval? We haven't ever denied anybody, to my knowledge, that anybody's asked. But, you know, you all are looking for assurances that, you know, if you're going to invest those millions, we're going to be with you. We're going to be in bed with you. And, you know, I'm not saying anything bad about what you're planning or otherwise. I just think the commission, as a commission, has to determine, you know, how we are going to deal with this issue. And this issue is now. It's not somewhere 6 months, a year from now, or whenever. It's now. We're going to have to decide. I don't know if we need an executive session to discuss this kind of thing, or it should be out in front. I mean, Mr. Kaler and Charlie can opine on how we proceed, but before we make a decision on this application, I think we have to, as a commission, really talk this over and determine where in heck we are headed as a commission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I?
Comments, would you like to comment?
Yeah, Commissioner Schaefer, the issue is, if all this turmoil hadn't started to bubble up, we wouldn't be here now. You know, we would have been saying, you know, yeah, we're gonna come back to you, we're gonna do. But just to be clear, you know, we race at a racetrack. I'm not disparaging any other applications you've heard today, but we race at a racetrack. We have invested our money. We have close to 80 million earmarked, of which about 50 million has already been spent. You know, we bought a company that existed. And the reason why I'm saying this is that we knew, given our past experience, that things could be much bigger, depending on the Utah market and the Colorado market, than what we're planning to open with. But we were comfortable to say, we can wait. It's okay. There's a good working relationship. We're very responsible, good civic partners. But all of a sudden, now you've got other people coming into the state, and whether or not I'm talking out of turn, I don't mean to, so forgive me. But I've seen a plan to put 3,000 units out at Cheyenne. Now, does that make sense? Absolutely not. And that's why we understand, and remember, we support the fact that we think Wyoming local players have got enough choice. You know, that's why we're not looking to do much more in that way. But we would be remiss if we continue to invest tens of millions of dollars up to the 80, perhaps to over 100, when suddenly there is some legislation. We just heard of legislation that didn't pass, that at one point talked of limiting any location to 50 units, any new location, right? Well, the way this groundswell is going, how do we know what the reaction is going to be? Kentucky, when we bought Kentucky Downs in 2007, for 10 years, we had a legal battle with the Family Foundation. And eventually, after 10 years, it went all the way up the courts, it got kicked out. But we never knew, were we going to keep the 100 odd million that we'd invested in Kentucky? And all we don't want to do is say, you know, if it's a fair playing ground for everybody, okay, we accept. But if we've got somebody not 20 miles away from us that's going to try and put in 3,000 units that may or may not get passed, we're going to be, forgive my language, screwed. If we've only got, you know, 275 with the ability to perhaps go to 400. But by that stage, to go to the 400, probably Cheyenne alone is 30, 35 million. But if we're then locked in, I mean, I'm sure there's some way that there could be a process that we have to justify the market for us to get to that extra 900 and something units in Cheyenne, for example, and 700 and odd units in Evanston. Like, no, we can't just go, yes, we want to put the other 900. Thank you very much. You know, we don't need anything from you guys. No, we want to work with you. If the prevailing feeling is at that time that it shouldn't be done, okay. But what we don't want to be in a position is to be told it can't be done because 3 months down the road, some legislation changes. And no, we can't increase. And again, I don't want to keep belaboring the point, this is not a rape and pillage of the Wyoming market. This is going to bring much needed tax dollars into Wyoming from two other states.
Thank you. you want to ask a quick question?
Yes.
Go ahead, Cactus.
Thank you, Mr. President. So not necessarily a question, but I think I need to, at this point, make a statement with where I'm going to be on this. I can't vote for this right now for these large increases. I can't wrap my head around this is where Wyoming wants to go right now. That being said, I think the commission needs to take the time to do a little soul searching amongst ourselves, check with our legislators and our governor, and have an idea of how we would approach this. So I would suggest that we table this so that you're still in line, number one.
Thank you.
And come back to this down the road a little bit when we've researched it some more and basically put our heads together about making a plan for the future.
Yeah, we can't eliminate the risk of doing business. I mean, that's not what we're here for, but I would approve measured growth. This is just not measured to me. This is huge, so.
Yep, President Broussard, we had a feeling this would prompt some good, healthy conversation, which is what we want too. As businessmen, we want to continue to invest, and we want to do it in a realistic way, in a way that's comfortable for everyone.
Yeah.
Would just say that, as Nick was alluding, we've been good corporate citizens. We've been great partners with communities we operate in. We want to continue to do that.
Yeah,
and we're happy to, candidly, we're happy to agree to table and continue discussion and figure out a way that works for everyone as we move forward. And, you know, we'll put the pre-planning stuff on hold until we get further down the road.
Thank you, Pete.
President Bouchard, it's John Sheldon. I just want to make one comment, just to ask you all to keep in mind what the target markets are, which is, you know, Fort Collins, Greeley, Loveland, and the Colorado side, and then on the Utah, obviously Salt Lake City, and then the towns in between that, like Ogden and so forth. 700,000 or more just in the close markets within an hour drive of these properties, not counting, you know, the Denver DMA or the Salt Lake City DMA. So we wouldn't be up here. We didn't think the potential for these larger increases were necessary. We thought this all along. We just, in our initial phase of you know, justifying and coming up with the finance, you know, whatever we need the cash to do the first deal, we weren't going to go all in. So we just don't want to be left at the altar here, so to speak.
All right. No, we report to the citizenry of the state, so we have to keep that in mind. And again, like I said earlier in the meeting, there's a group of people in this state who dislike gambling. There's a group of people who do like gambling, and there's a bunch of undecided. And what we don't want to do is turn the undecided into anti-gambling, and then our meetings will be short, you know. So that's my concern. And I know Ruben wanted to say something, so.
More or less have to agree with the commissioners here, but, you know, we want to get our feet wet. We just don't want to drown. You know, there's a difference. And you worry about legislation coming, but we're pretty safe in the state of Wyoming until sometime in next spring. Till it goes back to the governor's desk. I mean, you heard chairman or the president of the Senate say that once a year when they make all their decisions. So having said all that, if you're going to be up and running in a short time, you probably can get a feasibility study of some sort to the commission staff before the next legislative session would be. And I think we've all said it. We've never said no to any expansion.
It makes sense for Wyoming. I think we've.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. But, you know, small tranches instead of just, you can eat a whole camel, but you don't do it at one meal. It's kind of.
We don't want to be accused of picking winners and losers.
That's right.
So.
But anyway, so I don't think you have to have any fear from us. It's just that those are big numbers that are out there on the book, you know.
I think tabling makes obviously a lot of sense, and we thought that might be an outcome, candidly. But I think it would be helpful for us, if not today, but at some point after discussion, how you would like us to proceed, and maybe that's having additional conversations with different groups or governor's office, legislators, whomever, and just talk about this from our standpoint so everybody understands where we're coming from. Try to really make sure everybody has the same message, understands what we're trying to accomplish. And, so whatever you think is prudent, we'll obviously want your input and advice.
Well, I think as far as where we're going to be in 2 or 3 years from now, it could be there. I don't know. I'm not saying it won't happen, but I think the shock factor is just kind of heavy right now. So,
right.
Especially all in one day.
Yeah, all in one day.
Yeah.
President Broussard, if I may also, once that location comes online and we start seeing the revenue streams from those, we can compare that to the original submission and the feasibility study, and we can work with them as well to see the viability. Like they had said earlier, like they want to know if their assessment is correct. They can't do that without being open. So when they come online, accounting and myself will kind of keep an eye on that as well and build that into this report as well.
Yeah, the one thing we can tell you is that we will be fair.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
Fair. And
No
if
doubt
it's
in
a
our mind about
reasonable
that.
request, we will consider all aspects and we will be fair.
But President Broussard, that's been our experience now for, 2 and a bit years since we bought WHR. And, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn for my fellow partners, but, we would be okay with bite size.
Okay.
And then that makes all of us comfortable that we're all doing the right thing, and you'll see where the money's coming from. You'll see how much of it is out of state, how much is in state. And we'll see if there's an increase over and above what we're going to open with regards to our projected revenue, does it make sense to go more? And what is that? Is it another 150 this time? Is it 250? We just didn't want to get to the stage where we're fenced out, because we know Wyoming doesn't like fencing.
Do fencing anybody else out either. So
No.
Correct.
That's the concern here.
Yeah.
Okay, so I know I have a question, Commissioner Bowl, and then Kyle, did you want to say something? It looks like you came up for it. Okay, so we'll go Commissioner Bowl, then Kyle, and then Charlie. Commissioner Bowl, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I love Wyoming horse racing. I love the energy. I love the way you guys are in it to win it. You love it. But what I want to see, I'll be a lot more open to considering additional terminals when you start getting what you've already been permitted for up and operational. And that's going to matter a lot to me. I've sat through too many proposals where the dreams were big and huge and then nothing ever came of it. And so I guess as you get older, you decide that you want to see some results, and that's what I want to see. And when you've used the terminals which you've already been permitted, it's a lot easier to consider giving you or granting you or bestowing upon Wyoming horse racing additional terminals. So I'm okay with tabling this. I think we ought to table it for a number of months, though, to give you guys a chance to get something up and running. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Kyle, you have a few minutes.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Just to be clear, I don't have anything specifically to say about Wyoming Horse Racing's presentation here, other than to say I completely understand why these guys are here and why they're asking for what they're asking for, given the presentation that happened earlier today. And so my 2 cents is, Jack and I have been coming here Jack's been coming for probably close to 5 years at this point. I've been coming to these meetings for 3 years, and we've said the same thing every time. The 307 horse racing's for responsible regulation that makes sense for Wyoming. I haven't seen that Wyoming horse racing's done anything that indicates they feel any other way. But I hear that picking winners and losers comment a lot. I've heard it a lot for 3 years, and it bothers me to a certain extent, because you're a regulatory body, and that's kind of the job at a certain extent, is you have to make decisions to regulate the industry. And if you don't, then what happens is what's happening now is you have, you know, for lack of a better word, sharks circling the state going, well, I'll build a track in Cheyenne. Well, now I'll build a track in Cheyenne. Well, now I want 1,000 machines. Well, you know who's going to be here next? Probably Wyoming Downs wants 1,000 machines at the Terry Bison Ranch too. And I don't blame them for doing that, because you have a fourth entrant here, and then there's going to be a fifth that's going to say they want to build a track, and they're going to put a water park outdoors in Cheyenne. And they're going to sell you all the things, just like Commissioner Bull said. So, you know, when we've come before you, it's always been, I feel like we always get asked the question, where's your study? Kyle, tell us why you think the customer base is there. Jack said from day one in the business plan, when he came to get the original license, that they thought there was a market that didn't exist. And when you look at the handle numbers on that pretty picture that Charlie puts out that's in front of you, we've shown that there was a different market for mostly for local Wyoming people that we offered that wasn't there before. That's very different from what we're talking about now. We're talking about people that want to compete. We're talking about people that want to take market from skills games. One of the folks that's involved in cowboy racing was a skills games operator before. So, and I'm not necessarily speaking of cowboy racing, but I'm saying in general, whether it's them or it's somebody else, this is a process thing. And this industry takes time, like Nick and Peter just talked about with their experience in Kentucky. You look at, you know, our growth profile over 3 years. We have a number of facilities that haven't been open for very long. We have some that are going to be open here soon this year. You're going to look out to 2026 and you're still going to see the effects of what you've permitted us for. Same thing with these guys with the 2 locations that they've got. Same things with locations at Downs has that you heard about today. So my thing is, not just as somebody that's in the business, because I know people can say, well, you're in the business, so you're biased, you're advocating for a certain thing, but I think I have a level of credibility with everybody here, you know, and as does Jack, that we've always thought about what's best for Wyoming when we do these things is, you know, we already have on this drive to Colorado a bunch of signs. There's the come to the Wyoming Downs at this one, come to the Horse House at this one, then you might have a third one. I don't know that that's good for Wyoming one way or the other, but you guys have really got to, you know, these rules are a good step, but I encourage you guys exactly what you're already doing, which is follow the processes you already have with these studies that you're required to be given, with the projections that you're required to be given, with all these other things when you're talking about a new entrant. Because, you know, we feel the same pressure. It would be in our best interest to go and rip a bunch of facilities open right now if we're gonna have another operator come in. I'm just calling it like I see it. Why wouldn't you do that? And the only person that can referee it is either the Gaming Commission or the governor's office or the legislature. Now, constitutionally, that's been delegated to this commission until the legislature changes it. So I'm not trying to necessarily take anybody to task. I just understand that I feel passionately about this because you can see it coming. It's like a car crash you're watching come. And it's going to come if there's another operator. It's going to come if we start not doing this in phases and not following our processes. I get nobody's been denied. The data shows nobody probably should have been denied because the data is good to this point that there's still growth in a bunch of these markets. But I just wanted to make some of these points because I think they're important. And it's getting to the part to where the picking winners and losers thing is going to become real, because if it doesn't, it's just going to get worse. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Charlie, you had something you wanted to add?
Yes, thank you, President Broussard. I think to start looking towards the future with you folks, I think it would help the commissioners to see some of the documentation that you have from the city and county conversations you've had with each of those areas. And then as our agenda reflects, you know, our agenda was out, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago on the website, and the agenda doesn't reflect this large number increase. So the public really, and the packet went out, 10 days ago now, I think, on the website. So allowing for some more public comment, allowing for us to maybe reach out a little bit, and not necessarily solicit, but just give the time to where the public is aware of this and then bring that information back to the commissioners. So that would be the short term that I would suggest if you could help us with, get that county and city documentation and go from there.
Thank you, Charlie. Anyone else? Okay, we'll entertain a motion to table this for
So
now.
moved.
Thank you. Any more conversation? Quickly, anything you want to add before we vote?
Only just that, obviously, we're happy to work with the commission and whichever way you feel is the right steps. So no arguments whatsoever.
Thank you, appreciate it. John? All right, seeing no comments or any more questions, we'll call the vote. All in favor of tabling item 10, state aye.
Aye.
If anyone's opposed, say no. No nos. Table the item. Gather ourselves. Commission, do we see any necessity for an executive session? Moving on, number
Thank you
12,
all.
next dates. Charlie, thank you guys, appreciate your time and efforts.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, just quickly, the next meeting is set for May 9th. That would be in person here in this location, correct? Yes, thank you. Then on out, July 11th, September 12th, and then our annual fall meeting, 13th and 14th, a two-day meeting.
No, not right now. Give me about 5 minutes.
So,
Okay.
12B would be general discussion or public comment, if anybody else has anything to comment about.
We've commented a lot. The 6 people who were left, you must get a prize. I don't know what it is. But you can split my cookie 6 ways.
I just want to say real quickly, thank you for all your work today. We moved a lot of rules. They're not easy. It's probably the toughest part of our jobs. We will make sure we come back with the rodeo rules and hopefully a final format for everybody's input as soon as we can get it posted. You will be seeing in the near future HHR rules. Those will mirror what we see, what are out there in other jurisdictions as far as the operations, the testing required in a lot of the things. We're continually working in other jurisdictions, with Kentucky, Louisiana, and Virginia to get those crafted. And to be honest, we've been a little behind on it, even though we've led the project. We're behind for other reasons. So anyway, those will be coming.
Thank you.
Stay tuned.
Anything else? We'll be safe going home, guys. We want to see you all next meeting. So as of now, we'll adjourn the meeting. Thank you. Snow's coming.